Faraja TV, authentic African voices.
Entails, or what the expectation is with those 3 minutes, is that you give justification as to why you're moving the motion. That's where we need statistical data. That's where we need context or background or historical information as regards the motion that you're moving. Then the seconder of the motion will really be given a minute to second the motion. I mean, it's very simple. The speaker will guide. The person contributing, or the honorable members contributing from the House, will be given 2 or 3 minutes as guided by the speaker. But again, the idea is that, well, you speak with an informed perspective. And they will not, I think also to this effect, the speaker will also guide in that some parliamentary language that is not parliamentary will not be allowed. You can attest to that some motions might trigger emotions of some of us, but then we have to keep respectful to ourselves and our fellow honorable members that are present. So we concluded that there will be no personal attacks. There will not be any insults. There will not be any cross-talking or interruptions unless you are given an opportunity to speak or to raise an issue by the speaker. The points of order and information, they will only be brief and relevant, and the speaker will rule on that, whether you'll be able to speak or not. Maybe a recap on what I have said so that we're on the same page. When you're moving motions, the motion must be seconded before the debate. So if the motion is not seconded, then it will not be debated. Then the speaker may reject any vague motions or any motions that do not really reflect the issues that affect people from this region. Then the amended motions will be approved before voting, and I am very well informed that each one of you has a copy of the amended motions, and they are 4 in number. So if you don't have, you will be able to get one, or you can reach out to your coordinator so that you are given a copy of the motion. We'll be having media. This sitting will be televised. It's online. People are watching all over. So just to know that you'll be watched by other people that are not necessarily in this vicinity, but across the country and across the globe. The last item on the rules of procedure is amendment to these rules of procedure. So it is on this point that I call person in the House who would like to amend the rules of procedure that I have stated, and the code of conduct is that when 2/3 of people I have any grievances or any issues as regards to the procedure that I've mentioned, I think this is the time for you to air them out so we can get into it. Then maybe for guidance again on the column issue is that when the sitting begins or starts, 2/3 again of the House will vote on key particular issues on whether the motions will be passed or not. Okay.
Thank you very much. I am Waga Samuel Beka. I come from Gulu. I wanted to add a voice on the rule of procedure that you've just read to the House. One, I have not heard your guidance on modality of speaking. Are members going to rise, and how will the speaker give opportunity to the participant here to have opportunity to speak? That modality should be guided. Two, we have already normally a member may rise, and if the speaker's eye catches such a member, then he or she is given the podium to talk, or a member rises his or her hand and then is appointed by the speaker. So we need to be guided whether we shall stand, then be given opportunity to speak, or just raise our hands. Such modality is important for us to know. Two, on motion without notice, are members able to move motion without notice? And such motion should have, just like you guided, should have the foundation, should have the information it will give to this House for debate or for discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again. Well, I think for the fact that this is being televised, I think it would be better if we raise our hands, not stand, because as you can see, you could reflect the projection of the cameras, and then maybe the speaker again will, the speaker elect will guide on the issue number 2 that you have raised, and I guess if there is any other inquiry, then we could get into opening remarks or okay.
Thank you very much, our moderator and members of the 8th Subnational Youth Parliament. My name is Otim Francis. Mine is a suggestion, especially on the clerkship of this parliament. For purposes of inclusivity, I am proposing that let the second clerk be a person living with disabilities for purposes of inclusivity. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. As guided by Francis, that's a bright and brilliant idea. So, is the House going with that? Because initially, maybe to just so that we could have more time for the motions and debate and get into the gist of the matter, we were saying that if, let's say, 4 people are standing for the speakership race, yeah, then the winner will become the speaker. Then the other 2 people that I could say the first one in the race, or the second one, they are supposed to be the clerks to parliament. So if you go with Otim's suggestion, where we have one person with disability to be a clerk to parliament, then you could raise up your hand, or if there are other suggestions as regards that particular issue, then we could hear from them and compare notes and deliberate on that. Yours was related to that. Then let's first finish this, then I'll come to you.
Thank you so much, moderator and dear honorables. My name is Dore Fred. I want to offer an alternative suggestion by saying, seeing from the perspective that someone could be having disability but not ready for the job really. That is one. And then secondly, if we make it automatic that whoever follows in the race for speaker becomes clerk, then I have a perspective that would invite a lot of speakership, people running for speakers in the coming years, so with the intentions of becoming clerk. So I would offer a suggestion that one clerk becomes a person who came second in the race, and another clerk be on appointment that the House deems fit. Thank you.
Okay, that is noted. I hope you are noting all those issues so that we can deliberate and vote. Again, 2/3 of this House will vote on such decisions so that it's a unanimous and a democratic decision.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Opio Nobat Achaye. I would love to give a brief comment on what our Honorable Otim has said on the issue of inclusivity. I think I would love to agree with him because if you are to look at our honorables with the disabilities or the persons with disabilities, sometimes they are ignored to be given space in leadership, or even sometimes they're not given opportunity to be in other positions that could put them somewhere. So I would support what he has said, that out of the speakers who are going to contest, maybe the other person can be given the clerkship position, and then the other, we can decide as a House, or they can decide among themselves a person who can do that same work of a clerk to do the same. I really do not disagree with the notion that these persons with disabilities, they cannot do what the clerk cannot do. I really disagree with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I really I really speak for everyone if I say disabilities, not inability. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and the honorables in the House. My name is Lakisa Oliver. I strongly stand with Honorable Francis with this idea of the second clerk being someone with disability. I think when you look at the Faraja Africa, I'm very sure that their objective could be inclusivity is one of the things that they're looking at. So we need to give the people with disability a sense of belonging in the house as well. So the people that run out loudly to the parliament, it's very important that they should be part as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Lakisa. Unfortunately, I will have to close this. So I will once again ask, maybe for purposes of everyone to witness this, if you, he said that let the second person be a clerk to parliament, but also the house decide, yeah, or they nominate, yeah, unanimously for the benefit of the doubt, but also to inspire other people, yeah, to act in a way that they are going to stand later, or to pick one person from the house to be the clerk to parliament, yeah. So and our team says again that we will have let's pick any person with disability, so that there is inclusivity. So who is seconding what the team has said? You can put your hands up. And I will have to count, right? So this is 1, 2. I'm going like this, yeah. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 plus a team, 16, 17, 18. That's 18, yeah. So who is going with him? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But you have voted twice. Okay, sure. So I think we are going with the team. The majority has it. 2/3 of the House have it. That the second person in the speakership race will become a clerk to parliament. But then we shall also pick one person with a disability to become a clerk to parliament as well. But then I want also to be guided by you, the House, on the procedure of how we are going to get that one person with a disability. Do they have also to contest? Okay. So,
Thank you very much, host and colleagues, honorable. I'm Labeja Henry. I'm from Gulu. I was having the same guess as you of giving an indulgence on the criteria for choosing the people with disability. Then my second plea was, how are we going to express interest in speakership? And then what would be the criteria for voting? Shall we use secret ballots or the NRM system of lining up? Thank you.
no, really, we shall use a secret ballot. So here's what we are going to do. Let's get immediately. We have agreed that, well, one, the person with the disability, they will have to contest for the. We have one slot for the clerk to parliament, to this parliament. So those two people, I mean, or whatever number of them, will have to contest. And it is at this point really that I think we have all agreed to the rules of procedure, right? So let's get into the election of the speaker. And here's how it is going to run. One, you nominate your candidate. The candidate agrees or confirms that he really wants, or she wants, or they want to be in the speakership race. And then he or she or them are what? They are nominated. I mean, they are seconded by any other person. So after that, they will have to give us their mandate within 2 to 3 minutes. They will have to get to the podium and give us their mandate. Then we will hear from them, and then we will get to the voting. Right? The voting will be a secret ballot. So I open the house for the nominations of the speakers.
Thank you very much. Sorry for dragging us behind. My name is Komakech Moses. I'm part of this parliament. I also represent the youth in the EU Youth Sounding Board. Talking about inclusivity, we brought the point of people with disabilities, but I think also having a balanced male and female gender is also part of inclusivity, and we did not talk about it. What if it happens that the speaker-elect happens to be a man or a male, and the first runner-up is a male, and the person with disability is also a male? Would we have been inclusive, or we have to consider also gender? Thank you.
Okay, gender equality, right? But I think the race is open, right? Whether you're female, whether you're male, there is no discrimination here, really. There is none. So you are eligible to run the speakership and the clerk to parliament race.
So the issue of inclusivity is becoming very serious. So I don't know, are the people with disability barred from contesting as the speaker? Now the question is, what if someone with disability wins the speakership race? What happens?
Okay, I think to close this up, because we are dragging, right? It doesn't really matter whether the speaker is a person with a disability, right? They, like I said, this place is inclusive. This space is inclusive. It is non-discriminatory, right? So it's at this point that I will call on the nominations for the speakership race. Nominations, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Mwaka Stephen. I nominate Udoke Fred for speakership. Thank you.
Fred, where are you? Where is Fred? Fred, you agree to the nomination?
I assent to it.
Who seconds the nomination? You're seconding? Shalom. Shalom. So Fred, help me pass it. So Fred is our first aspirant, yeah, in the race. The second aspirant, please. The nomination for the second aspirant. Inclusivity, gender.
A very good morning to you all. I'm Lamona Sharon Brenda. I want to nominate Piloya Barbara Nyeko for the position of Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Some guidelines here. If you are nominating, right, you have to come at the podium. And you, within seconds, really, you have to give us a reason as to why you are nominating that particular candidate. So I'll begin with you, the one that nominated Fred. Come to the say why you're nominating him, and yeah, within seconds.
A very good morning to honorable colleagues. I'm one of the people that had earlier on shown interest for the position of speakership, but following negotiations with my brother, after so I decided to offer him my position. I was supposed to be the one sitting in that position, but decided to give him. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again. Dialogue really matters a lot, and I'm glad the youth are taking center stage in this. Your name and why you're nominating the person that you're nominating within seconds.
Good morning once again. I'm Lamona Sharon Brenda. I want to nominate Piloya Barbara Nyeko for the position of Speaker. The reason why I'm nominating her because she's capable, she's ambitious, she has been there, she has advocated for youth in many spaces, not only at a local level, but at a national level as well. And then she has experience as a lawyer, you know. She has experience. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any person who seconds that, who seconds the nomination of Barbara? Do you have anyone seconding Barbara as an aspirant of in the speakership race? Your name and you say that you second. That's it. Then you take your seat.
I, Brian, Onen Road, second Barbara.
Welcome. Go to the any other nominations that are in the house. Please come forward. Come to the podium. But does Barbara consent to the nomination?
I, Piloya Babranyako, I do second to the nomination as the position of the Speaker.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Akelo Patience. I nominate Yusuf Shamim as our Speaker for the House. I'm nominating her because she's confident and she has been working with youth before, so she's having the experience. That's why I'm entrusting her my votes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Shamim, where are you? Do you assent to the nomination?
Thank you very much. I, Shamim, do consent to this nomination.
Thank you. Anyone who is seconding, hold on, someone must second first. Anyone who is seconding that? Yeah.
Very good morning, honorable members. My name is Marion Abe, and I second Honorable Shamim Yusuf as our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to the fourth nomination.
Good morning, honorable members. I am called Okod Moses. Today's, with an honor, I nominate Achaye Opio Nobat to be our next Speaker of the National Youth Parliament, Northern Uganda. The reason why I do this is because of its skills and the dedication that I believe he is going to offer to this great house. Thank you so much.
Opio, where are you? Can I see your hand? Do you assent to the nomination?
Yes, I do.
Is anyone seconding? Faster, please. Faster. Say your name and say your second. Take your seat.
My name is Francis Otim. I second the nomination of Honorable Opio Noberachaye as to run for speakership for the subnational youth parliament, Northern Uganda. I kindly second.
Thank you. We'll go to the fifth nomination.
Good morning once again. I am Labeja Henry. I rise to nominate Rima Augustine Otim as the 8th Speaker of Northern Uganda Youth Parliament. The reason are, one, he's a born leader, started being a leader right from primary school, St. Zito Lira, went to Our Lady of Africa schools where he was the 8th prefect, and also the Prime Minister of Barra University of Science and Technology. And when you look at his packaging today, he's the only one who is dressed in an African way, Africanacity. So maybe he will be our Traore. Thank you.
Do you assent to the nomination?
Since it is coming from a gentleman I've actually just met around, I can't say I'm going to turn it down. I 100% accept it.
Is anyone seconding? A little bit faster. Let's walk like we are youthful.
I'm Tumsabe Dan from Gulu University. I do second the nomination of my brother Erima Augustine to be our 8th Speaker of the Northern Youth Parliament. Thank you.
Do we have a 6th nomination? I'm at nominations, please.
A very good morning to everyone. I am Miguel Brian Odong from East African Institute for Management Science. I rise to move a motion for the closure of nomination. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. We have five aspirants. One is Fred Odok, another one is Barbara Nyeko, the third is Shamim Yusuf, fourth Opio Robert Achaye, then the fifth is Augustine Otim Elima. It's at this point that I would like the House to hear from these five aspirants. And you will have within 2 minutes to speak to the House and give them a reason to really vote you as their 8th Speaker of this Parliament. Fredo Dodge, please, the floor is yours. Just 2 minutes.
Leadership is the function of building more leaders, not followers. My candidacy here is to recognize that each one of you seated in here is a leader, not a follower. The voice that you bring in this youth parliament is not only your voice, but the voice of all the youth that come from your area who are not educated, who are not on X, youth who dropped out of school because of menstrual issues. Many other youth out there are compact into your voices. My candidacy, therefore, is to offer myself as a unifying factor, bringing together the differences in our voices to shape a common future, a common solution for this parliament. The youth are not strategizing themselves. The youth are not serious, so they say, the media. So they say, the current generation. I am here to offer myself to combine these efforts and deploy it so that at the end of the day, we create more than just an impression as the youth, but impact.
Dodge, you have second.
But impact. I stand for inclusivity in participation, quality of debate, unifying our perspectives to shape our solutions, and above all, setting this parliament for progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dodge. And maybe for guidance, if you are in acceptance of any matter that has been raised, or if you agree to whatever will be said and you want to show support, you just have to stamp your feet. Let me call on Honorable Barbara Nyeko to come and give us a reason as to why she should be the Speaker of this House.
Good morning to you all. My name is Lawyer Barbara Nyeko. I'm a Pan-African lawyer, as you can see, from Omoro District. I am 26 years old with 41 leadership certificates. I'm standing here to aspire as the Speaker of this House, or
Proceed, please.
Okay. I'm an award winner of African Women Leadership Forum. I'm an alumni for programs for young politicians in Africa, and I'm an alumni for Harvard Leadership School, but also an alumni for Global Entrepreneurship Leadership Forum. Born and raised in the IDP camp, I've understood our region, and to date, understand the need for our voices to be raised, for policies to be crafted, policies that of our voices to be represented, and for these young people, for their leadership to be mentored and inspired. Today I am here asking and seeking the mandate to represent you in this House as the head Speaker. Kindly vote me and take me as your Speaker for this Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Barbara Nyeko. Please, Honorable Shamim Yusuf, the podium is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a wise man once said, nothing is stronger than an idea whose time is now. And as youth, I believe our time is now. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Shamim Yusuf. Standing before you today, I pledge to make this parliament a launchpad for ideas and a space for inclusion. I pledge to make this parliament a launchpad for ideas, a safe space for inclusion, and a space where resolutions meets reality. Ladies and gentlemen, no youth should be left behind. There are rightful youths out there in the communities, brilliant minds with no smartphones, yet they are the targeted groups and their voice are not being heard. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time we act now, because I believe representation is more than presence. It is an outreach. Honorable members of parliament, today as I stand before you, I pray that this parliament do not just end here. I pray that we continue with this as far as we can. Oftentimes, we meet, we speak, and it ends here. Ladies and gentlemen, this ends as soon as Shamim Yusuf is elected speaker. We must act with or without funds. We must act, and the time is now. Vote Shamim Yusuf for speaker. Vote Shamim Yusuf for inclusive discussions. Vote Shamim Yusuf to make this parliament vibrant. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not about the loudest voice. It is about the most inclusive vision. And I believe that together we can hold this and we can make it happen. Thank you. I say this for God and my country.
Thank you, Honorable Shamim. Please, Honorable Opio Robert Achaye to the podium.
Good morning, honorables. I am even really worried on how to start, because they say that they should only stamp the legs, but I want to start with Northern Uganda, oh yeah. Northern Uganda, oh yeah. Northern Uganda, oh yeah. My name is Opio Robert Achaye. Comrades, we are going. Comrades, we are what? I am because you are. I will be because you are. Thank you so much, comrades. Inclusivity in action, everyone must be involved. I love you so much. Acha is a name. Ballot, once you pick that paper, my name, it is not very hard to spell. Once you find Opio is so hard, you find nobody is so hard, just write, cha, yeah. Okay, we do it again. Cha, yeah. Cha, yeah. Now, the yeah in Acholi stands for vote. Yeah. Cha, yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Pio Robert Cha, yeah. Honorable Elima Augustine Otim to the podium, please.
God is good, and all the time. Faraja oi. Youth leaders oi. Ra. Cha. Ladies and gentlemen, I wouldn't want to waste a lot of time since I only have around 2 minutes. One, this is not a place to joke with. In a country whereby you only have 5 representatives of the largest people in this country, that is the youth, and a place that has been captured by people who have a lot of money, and also whereby there are lots of monies that are being released for the young people, but this money does not reach, I would like to categorically state that a speaker must be someone who is going to represent truly. Secondly, this program doesn't have a budget. So I'm going to look at it more as a community workshop because it is organized by Faraja Foundation. What does that mean? What is the sustainability of the youth parliament from grassroots that is going to happen onwards from here? Do we need to come back here and sit again? That is my vision. I don't just want it to end for today. How is that going to be done? Because if that is done, then we're able to have impact. If we have impact on and off, what is impact on? Impact on is what we shall do to the vision of Faraja. What are the visions of Faraja? Skilling, governance. But how can we do this when we have capacity? How can we do this when we have people to come and mentor us, like our chief guest? Then what is the impact of? The impact of stands for the things like what we are going to do for people outside, because we want to be remembered. We want to leave a legacy for the things we did to people. So how can we achieve that? Collaboration. Apart from collaboration, strategic partnerships. Not only that. So vote for someone like Erima Augustine, who if given 5 minutes or even 1 minute to meet the ambassador of Germany, such that we can get money. I'm able to speak. I don't need to move with a book. Even if they say 30 seconds, can you lobby for us something? I don't think it will take time. My name is Erima Augustine. I've had a long time in leadership, from primary head prefect, from secondary, a chief justice. I was in Brown University, a former Gila aspirant, and hopefully an aspiring member of parliament. I'm mentioning that because if we are to ensure that issues that we debate here going forward, issues that are affecting youth, issues such as affecting students, then we need to have these people amongst us. Can we go to someone who can move for us a private members bill? Can we ensure that the issues we have discussed here are put forward? Recently I saw when they were discussing the marriage bill, they invited students from Makerere University.
Seconds, please.
The law school. So what I'm saying is we need to go for those spaces. But you can only achieve those spaces when you have strong leaders like Erima Augustine. Lastly, if you really want to be neutral, because I'm not so much a native here. I traveled to come here. I stay in Lira. But what I'm saying is if you really need someone neutral who can carry on this parliament based on merit, based on strong ideas, then vote for me. Thank you so much. My name is Erima Augustine.
Thank you, Erima Augustine. The nominator said that you are a Pan-Africanist by your African, you donned an African way, and thank you so much for carrying on the spirit of Pan-Africanism. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 aspirants. They are Fredo Dodge, Barbara Nyeko Piroya, Shamim Yusuf, Norbert Achaye Opio, Erima Augustine Otim. Yeah, we are going to vote now. We are going to get into it. Meanwhile, representatives of PWDs, please, you can be preparing to come and be preparing to give us your mandate and why you'll be standing for the clerk to parliament position in this 8th Gulu Sub-Regional Youth Parliament. You write the name of the person that you want to vote. If it is wrongly written, then that is an invalid vote. Okay, let me repeat the names. We have 5 names, ladies and gentlemen. The names are Fredo Dodge, Piroya Barbara Nyeko, Shamim Yusuf, Opio Nobat Achaye, Augustine Otim Elima. I repeat the names. 1. Fredo Doch. 2. Barbara Nyeko Piroya. 3. Shamim Yusuf. 4. Opio Nobat Achaye. 5. Elima Augustine Otim. Maybe an exception for the PWDs. The PWDs, please kindly remain seated. Then our representative will come to you. The nominators of the 5 candidates. If you nominated a candidate, please come forward. You're going to act as an agent of your candidate.
We're going to count the votes next. Achaye. Where's Achaye? Achaye. Shamim. Nyeko. Achaye. Erima. Augustine. Nobat Achaye. Shamim. Achaye. Barbara. Nyeko. Barbara. Achaye. Barbara. Achaye. Shamim. Barbara. Barbara. Achaye. Barbara. Erima. Augustine. Fred. Erima. Erima. Just to be sure. Fred. Fred. Shamim. Shamim. Odochi. Fred. Shamim. Let's see. What is Chami? Yusuf. Shamim. Barbara. Achai. Shamim. Fred. Fred. Achai. Fred. Shamim. Fred. Achai. Nobat. Shamim. 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 Nobat. Yusuf. Erima. Barbara. Shamim. 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 It's the silence. Fred. One more vote. No but. So we can start. You don't have to count. No, you can give me one to be sure. No, give me one. One. This is Barbara Nyeko. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 votes for Barbara Nyeko. No, but I try. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 votes for Nobat Achai. Nobat Achai. Yeah. It's okay, don't do it. Erima Augustine. 1, 2, 3, 4 votes for Erima Augustine. Fred Odoche. 1, 2, 3,
6, 7, 8, 9 votes. Fred Odochi. Shamim Yusuf. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 votes.
Stamp your feet, please. Stamp your feet. So here's the vote count. We have Fred Odoch, you have 9 votes. Honorable Piroya Barbara Nyeko, 10 votes. Honorable Opio Nobat Achaye, 14 votes. Honorable Elima Augustine Otim, 4 votes. And lastly, Honorable Shamim Yusuf, 19 votes. Stamp your feet, please. Again, stamp your feet. Like we had agreed, the fact that Shamim Yusuf came first with 19 votes and Piroya Barbara Nyeko came, Honorable Pio Nobat Achaye came second with 14 votes. So Shamim Yusuf is going to be the speaker to this parliament. Then the first clerk is to this house is Opio Nobat Achaye. To this point, we are going to vote from the representatives of the PWDs so that we get a second clerk to this house. I call upon nominations from the PWDs. If you're nominating anyone, please come forward.
Honorables of this parliament.
Your name and just a minute to tell us why you're nominating the person you're nominating.
For record purpose, my name is Norbert Mao Ayela. I'm the youth leader, Democratic Party of this city. I stand here to nominate Ben Damascus as our clerk for today. Not for inflated CV, but I believe the person I nominate can start the house in doing administrative duties, which is a key role for a person who stands at a position of being a clerk. But 2, it stands at a position of bringing inclusivity that we have done witness over years in time. I don't need to inflate you with a lot of words that can only be a catalyst to make you give him the votes. I believe my nomination stands a better chance to have administrative duties of this house manned well and with inclusivity. Thank you.
Okay, take your seat. Is the nominee accepting the expression of interest?
Good
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Ben, and I do accept the nomination. Thank you.
Anyone seconding Ben? Second, it's okay. You can sit as long as it's okay. You're nominating. Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Honorable members, I nominate Lily Akio for the second clerk of Parliament.
Come again, please.
Lily Akio.
Lily Akio.
Yeah.
Why are you nominating her?
She's a good friend. Yeah, she's a good friend, humble, and actually friendly. I just know her as a person who is social to everyone. Actually, that's the only reason.
Okay. Thank you. Where is Lady Akio? Okay. Lady Akio, do you accept?
Thank you, honorable members. I, by the name Lily Akio, I seconded my sister. Thank you so much. I can do that.
Anyone who seconds Lady Akio? Okay. So, because of time, we are not going to listen to their mandate, or we could give them a minute. I think a minute is fine. Yeah, please, Ben, take the podium, speak to us within a minute, please. Just a minute. On what the House should expect from you as a clerk to this Parliament.
All right, thank you so much. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Ben Damascus Makeme, formerly a law student at Makerere University, and currently in Gulu here, doing a lot of things. So I believe that this is a position that I can handle. I've handled it before. I believe that the administrative duties of a parliament are the responsibility or the major responsibility of the clerk. I believe that I can do this. I have experience, maybe looking also at the aspect of leadership. I have done quite a number of things. I have an advantage because I believe that I can then cooperate with Faraja Foundation and other donors and funders of this program to see how better we can bring the youth on board, but also to the youth with disability. Most times they are forgotten, most times they are left out. I believe that we can then start a parliament, we can then start this parliament to move that direction of inclusivity, to move the direction of advocacy, advocating for people who are marginalized, but also to bring reasonable accommodation in everything that this parliament does. I believe that there is a lot that we can do, but then it's better done than said. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Honorable Lily Akio, please.
Thank you. Once again, I, by the name Lily Akio, 27 years old, little person, my disability. Thank you for to go observe. For me, I can do this thing very well. Thank you. So long as you put
stamp your feet, please. Stamp your feet.
So long
once
as you
again.
put interest
Stamp
on
your
me.
feet.
Yes, I live down in the village there. I see the people with disability, the way they suffer. We're going to stop those mere or mindset of people. They can see people with disability they're not able to do. We can work hand with hand. That's things like we can do together in the parliament. I'm able to send out advocate to them. I don't want to be quiet for them. I want to them to be participate to work. Every leader, the disability is not inability. I don't want to talk much because of time. Let me stop that and more and more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Lady Akio. At this point, we are going to get into the voting. Okay, I'm guided, Honorable Lady Akio and Honorable Ben Damascus. You will step outside. We are going to use another mode of voting, which is our hands are going to be up. Well, they have stepped out, and kindly, of course, I'll be watching. Please vote once. Yeah, I'll be watching you as well. So, whoever is in support of Ben Damascus as the next clerk or as our second clerk to Parliament, please raise up your hand. I'll begin from this lane, just here, up there.
Exactly. So for protection, who have their view? Okay. House, honorable members, who have their view? You are going to raise your hand, yes? And we are going to count each person's hand, yeah? For the hands that have been raised, my apologies. For the hands that have been raised. You raise your hand once for the candidate you are supporting. Once we have counted you, we can't count you twice again. Are we all in agreement? Yeah. So, can we start again?
Whoever is in support of Honorable Damascus, up your hands. Everyone, up. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Honorable, those in support of Honorable Lady Akio, your hands up, please. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. So the vote turnout, the vote count is Lady Akio has 35 votes and Ben Damascus has 8 votes. Once again, Lady Akio, congratulations. And Honorable Ben Damascus, next time it will be a better time. Yeah. Our speaker now is Honorable Shamim Yusuf. Our first clerk to Parliament is Opio Nobat Achaye. Our second clerk to Parliament is Lily Akio. Thank you for being patient. It was something I needed to inquire about. On this point, I will call on Honorable Ojok, your Northern Regional Coordinator, to give us a few remarks. And after that, Honorable Ojok will invite a representative from the lead conveners of this session, the Faraja Africa Foundation. And then thereafter, the representative from the Faraja Africa Foundation will invite our chief guest to give us opening remarks, and we kickstart our business today. Thank you once again. Looking forward to fruitful deliberations.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ojok Michael. I serve with young people here in Gulu, and I am delighted to see all of you. I don't have much to say. We started late, and we've spent a lot of time doing these elections. I just want to wish you all a fun, fruitful deliberations. As I've told many of you before, this is a platform for most of you. If you chose to use it wisely, you are being televised, so please be photogenic as you speak. But also, the issues that we picked on to debate are quite relevant issues given our context in Acholi, Lango, Karamoja, and Northern Uganda as a whole. So make friends. Don't let the elections that happened here create enmities. At the end of the day, this is a movement that we decide whether we want to grow or spoil. On the WhatsApp group, many of you reached out and said that we create new WhatsApp groups, but I told everyone who told me that no, we'll not create any new WhatsApp group. We'll keep on using the old one so that we also build and expand on our networks. My thinking is that, again, as a sentiment that came up in our earlier discussion, that we should be giving opportunities to new people to attend. So I am hoping that for the next session, when we make a call, we rather recommend those who have not been able to participate in a discourse like this, so that we are not just the same people who are here over and over again. And that way, some of the agendas, the campaign agendas that were mentioned here actually gets to be realized, because then we are not seeing the same faces over and over again, but we are reaching other young people. The other thing that was mentioned is that this should not be a one-off. On my own behalf and on behalf of #Gulu, where I serve full-time, I pledge that when you knock on our doors, we will always be around and available to support any discourse that comes, as long as it's for young people. We have a venue smaller than this that we can always use free of charge. And for any other things, if you organized yourself well and you reach out, we should be able to support where we can. Also, you may, how many of you know our chief guest for this morning, if I may ask, by show of hand? Okay, quite a few. This was intentional to invite him, and I hope that by the time we end this session, you will see value in why we invited him and get to know him and what he stood for in Acholi for close to 3 decades of leadership here. And I'm happy that few people know him, because that means we're actually targeting young people, many of whom may have grown up not knowing what leaders of his caliber have done and continue to do in our region. So thank you so much. Please have fun, enjoy yourselves. And by the end of the session, make sure you know more than 10 people that you didn't know while you are walking in. Thank you. Now, if I may, allow me to invite Ms. Shalom Chantal to give us remarks on behalf of Faraja Africa Foundation. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm speaking to the youth, so I expect all of us to, respond like the youth. Once again, my name is... Thank you. Once again, my name is Nawira Shalom Chantal. I work with Faraja Africa Foundation as the programs manager in charge of governance and participation. I'd like to welcome all of you to the 8th sitting of the Youth Parliament convened by Faraja Africa Foundation. The Subnational Youth Parliaments, which began in 2018, have since become a flagship program, and over the years, through this platform, we have nurtured, mentored, and propelled young people into leadership positions at both levels, national and regional levels. A word of encouragement, I like to say, let us embrace our potential as young leaders. We are not the leaders of tomorrow, we are the architects of today. Our voices resonate with power, influence, and the possibility of real change. In this room, I see future policy makers, innovators, and change makers who will shape the narrative of this region and beyond. We often hear that the youth are the leaders of tomorrow, but I say we are leading today. Each one of us here has a critical role to play in shaping policies that reflect our dreams and aspirations. Let us challenge the status quo with creativity, boldness, and even humor, because who says serious matters cannot be approached with a smile? My apologies. We often hear that the leaders of each one of us here has a critical role to play in shaping policies that reflect our dreams and aspiration. Let us challenge the status quo with creativity, boldness, and even humor, because who says serious matters cannot be approached with a smile? Sometimes laughter can be a bridge that connects us and that spark that unites us. I'd love to extend a heartfelt thank you to our partners, especially European Union, German government, GIZ, Akina Mama, Straight Talk, and so many others, including #Gulu, who have consistently believed in us and supported this journey. Your commitment is invaluable. You have provided us with resources, mentorship, and opportunities that amplify the youth voices. Together, we are building a stronger, brighter, and better Uganda. As we embark on this journey, I urge each one of you to engage fully, speak up, share your ideas, and let your voices be heard. This is your platform. Please use it wisely. Whether you are advocating for climate change, pushing for education reforms, or championing any matter close to your heart, note this: every voice matters. Remember, change does not happen overnight. It takes persistence, patience, and sometimes a touch of humor to carry us through the toughest of days. Even in adversity, there is always space for joy, and there's always room for laughter. Let us all be the light. Thank you once again. At this point, I'd love to give a chance to one of our main partners to give an opening remark, and thereafter I'll invite the chief guest personally. I'm inviting a representative from Akina Mama, Mweba Zekorin. Kindly come to the front.
Good morning, everybody. Protocol observed. My name is Mweba Zekorin. I'm a Mekwe Youth Panel under the Mekwe program, which is led by Akina Mama Africa. And I'm delighted to be here and see young faces in this room where in Gulu, where we also implement as the Mekwe program. I'm happy to see the young people participate in this parliament. And for that reason, I would also want them to be pushed to the national parliament. I really request Faraja to take this opportunity for the young people who have been engaging with at least to participate at the national parliament. But most importantly, I love the inclusion that is in this room. I love the fact that there's a sign language interpreter because our program deals with intersectionality. Thank you so much for being able to come here. Thank you for your views, and I'm looking forward to engage further after this. Thank you so much.
Thank you for those wonderful words, Corinne. I believe I cannot say no to the request. I've been cornered. Yes, we will kindly. On that note, there is a link for the National Youth Parliament that is ongoing at the moment. Tomorrow is the deadline. If you have not applied, I see most of you have smartphones. Kindly check in and apply. It's very simple, very easy. The numbers are, yes, overwhelming, but I encourage all of you not to give up, and you'll fully participate. So at this point, I'd like to invite our chief guest. His name is Honorable Ronald Reagan Okumu. I would like to give a small introduction. He joined politics at the age of 27 years. He has been a member of parliament from 1996 to 2021. He's been the vice president of the FDC party in the Northern region. He's been the chairperson, Parliamentary Accounts Committee. He has also been the chairperson, Local Government Accounts Committee. He's been the commissioner of the parliament, as well as he's been a former member of the Presidential Peace Committee for Peace Talks. I'd like to hand over to you, our chief guest. You're welcome.
Good morning to you. How are you? Mingoni? First of all, I want to thank the people who invited me here. It was a very short notice for me because I have not been around and I'm very busy running up and down. So when I got this invitation on Saturday, I accepted it, but I traveled to Kitgum, so I returned this morning because I wanted to be with you. So my address is going to be based on 3 areas. One is to take advantage of meeting you to give you guidance as young people. The other one would be issues that affect people globally, nationally, and in communities. Then the last one, I'll focus on your parliament. And I think it was wise for these agencies to focus this program on young people. When we say young people, in most cases people say you are leaders of tomorrow. People, we went straight to contribute at par for the future and the destiny of our nation and our people. So don't fall back and wait and say, for now, I must look for a youth position to represent the youth. You have a role too to represent society. You have a role to represent the elderly. You have a role to prepare for the future of your country. You don't need to wait until when you are age. Then you say, okay, now you are mature enough to be a leader. No. Leadership is a foundation. Leadership is a call. Leadership is not a job, it's a call. You begin, this call begins. But I also get disappointed that young people lack focus. You see, I came here early, by the way. I came all the way from Kitgum. I was even late and worried I am late. I was 30 minutes late, but some of you were not there. Some of you were not there. You waste time, you waste your future. Let's learn to use time properly. Because if you waste your time, you are going to waste a future. In Africa, our biggest problem is that we spend so much time wasted and very little time for any useful activities. We spend more time in luxury. We spend more time in spending because we want to show off. As young people, they want to show off. When I was at the university in Makerere, I used to have girls who are friends, and I was very good at discussions. So sometimes they come to my room to visit me. If I didn't have sugar, I would tell you, by the way, I don't have sugar. I cannot even make for you tea. I even tell you, I have sugar, but I don't have escort. So if you are ready to take dry tea, take it. While others would run to the canteen, can I borrow some sugar? Can I borrow some escorts? I have a guest. And they get indebted at that level because they want to show up. Why don't you be real to yourself? Why don't you be real to yourself? You don't have, you don't have. The problem affecting you young people is just that. You want to pretend to be what you are not. Be what you are. Me, I'm very proud of my background. My mother brewed local wareje and paid my school fees. I used to sell bananas. But when I get pocket money, the day I get my holiday, I buy salt and soap I take back to mommy. And she would get energized to get me more pocket money. How many youth of today do that? I'm giving you this example because we want to live a life that is not ours. And the future destiny will be terrible for you if you pretend now. Be real to yourself. You don't have, you don't have. What do you do? Don't pretend. Don't envy others. Be what you are. Don't say, you know, this is like this. Some people even reach a level of, a high level of pretense, and they forget. Second, the youth, you must learn to be organized. If you don't get organized, you cannot offer leadership. There's the American general who told me that, you know what? The first level of my organization is when I wake up, I prepare my bed. And the whole day I will be okay. I will perform. You try. You wake up and leave your bed the way it is. You will not perform that day. You won't. That's the first task you do. That's the level of organization you start when you wake up. Prepare your bed, set it up, walk out. Go and brush, do other things, then walk, go and do the things you can do. Plan your day. Have a notebook to plan. Don't think, you plan. Don't plan because you have money. Plan because you want to achieve a goal. Even government don't get money first and go for a budget and plan. No. Government plans and say, okay, now based on this finance planning, next financial year, we are going to tax. We expect to get this amount of tax. We are going to borrow money. We are going to look for grants. On the basis of this, we shall achieve this. At individual level, do that. If you want to be a leader, do that. If you don't plan for yourself, nobody will plan for your future. When I was in P3, I had a plan for myself. My first plan was, I used to pray to God. God, I want to become a Catholic priest, become a bishop, and become the first black pope Can you imagine the primary school I was in was a grass thatch one in Buchoro. But that was how proud I was. Looking to be a pope of the whole world from Buchoro. Don't shy. But then I also knew that I needed options. Combating aspirant, nothing worked. I went for military training. They threw me out of the military training, took me back to school. I didn't achieve military training. Even when I was in university, they wanted to recruit me. I was in the wrong place because they were only recruiting people at that time. Some group of people. I was excluded. But then, my last dream was, God, give me that. So, I left Parliament, and the following year, after graduation, I became a member of Parliament. I left university, and the following year, after graduation, I became a member of Parliament. I was very young. I was actually 26 years. Because I had planned. So there was no accident. In a campaign, they used to call me student. That this student, let's try this student now. Because things are not good. What was I talking about? I was not talking about problems of youth. I was talking about problem of society, the destiny of the people who are facing problems. I stood to shoulder, not just problem of youth. So as young people, don't focus at shouldering issues of youth only. Shoulder the issues of society. Don't let anybody deny you that you are still young. They even used to tell me, look at this one. He's not even married. How will he take care of a constituency? He doesn't have a wife. One day, one of my supporters, after listening to those kind of nonsense, he stood up and said, but you people, everybody here has been convinced by Reagan. If Reagan can convince all of you, do you think he can fail to convince just one girl to marry? If you don't want to vote for her, I will give my daughter so that you vote for him. But that is not the issue. The issue is I represented issues that affect society. You young people, I saw on your issues that you want to discuss today are issues that affect society. And I'm going to touch on them. Focus at issues that affect society. You people from northern Uganda, what is it that affects you? The destiny of this nation must not be determined by one region or other region without you. You are part of this nation. You are shareholders. If you go at the gate of Parliament, the Madi people have their cock there representing them. The Lugwara people also have their symbols there at the gate of Parliament. The Langi people also have their symbol at the gate of Parliament, the rhino. Acholi people also have their elephant at the gate of Parliament. The Baganda also have theirs. The Banyankole also have their cows. That is symbolic that the nation Uganda was constituted by everybody. So you should not shy. You should not think you are underdogs. The moment you put yourself as underdogs, then you're dead. Young people from northern Uganda, you wake up. Always you want to stand behind other people and you shy. Why? Is it because of poverty? Is it because you have no jobs? Others have jobs? Those are temporary things. There are problems that come in society, but should not block you from your goals. Set your goals. Be ambitious. Look far. I saw Parliament. diligently for 25 years. I started when I was young. Where did the vision? I was so confident. You know, even my own friends used to laugh at you. Even Reagan is contesting. Where does he have the money from, get the money from? They didn't know that the brain was heavier than what they were seeing. So you too have these brains, but you don't want, you always want to shy and pull back and say, you know me, I'm like this. So my first point is I want to encourage you young people, be ambitious, focus big, look far, don't envy anybody, but don't allow anybody to sit on you and challenge you. Be a human being. On this note, I leave you with 3 points. There are 3 words I want you to always work with as young people. Be aggressive as a young man. Being aggressive means you are fighting for your interests. Fight for what you want. Fight for it. Fight for what you plan for. Fight for it. So be ever aggressive to achieve whatever you plan for, you want. 2, be assertive. Own up what you want. You own it up. This is what I want. I want to be a member of parliament tomorrow. Own it up while continuing to be aggressive. The 3rd thing is be progressive. Meaning, you are now aggressive, assertive, you have on, but don't be stagnant. Move forward, be progressive, move forward. Don't be stagnant. The moment you remain aggressive and assertive, but you remain stagnant, you will not achieve much. So those 3 words must go together. Progressiveness, be progressive, meaning you move forward. You don't go backward, you are going forward. That means you are gaining. You keep gaining, you keep gaining. So, on that note, I leave you with that. That is my advice. As young people, wake up and stand for what you want. You have the brain. Don't get lazy to think. Have a notebook like this. Not for anything, but for writing what you think. Me, sometimes I wake up in the night and I think positive thing. I write it down because you might forget. And don't plan small things. Plan big things. Don't wait for money to have money in order to plan. You want to achieve much. And don't envy other people. Have your own plans. Don't say, I want to be like so-and. No. You cannot be like so-and-so, but you can be your own. You can even be greater than so-and-so. My second point is, we are in a global world. Globalization is affecting each and every one of our young people. Your generation is even worse. During the Berlin conference, the future of Africa was decided in Berlin. Africans were excluded. That policy in Berlin has continued to date, policy of exclusion of Africans in decision making. Our presidents, they draw their budget here, then they call them to China, to Beijing, they call them to Moscow, they call them to Washington, and they offer them, this is what we have for you. Then they come back home, you know what? We have to change the budget, this is what we have. That's why Africa will continue to be dominated. You young people should not accept that in future. You are as equal like those white people in the United States, like those Chinese. You are even brighter than them. You have more resources than them. Why must you accept Africa to continue in the life of exclusion. The decision about Africa is made on the back of Africans by some other people, and they impose it on you. Don't we have a culture? Why do you imitate what you see on the internet as civilization? Why do you want to abandon your rich culture, which is more valuable than the European cultures? Do you know what a culture means? It means a lot. The problem with you young people, some of you want to imitate to be Europeans. You want to imitate to be Americans. You want to imitate to be Arabs. You want to imitate to be Chinese. Why? Is it because they are more developed? In the 1960s, Uganda was far ahead of Singapore in development. Today, Singapore is a first world. What happened? The ball is in your court as young people. The ownership of the future of Africa, the ownership of the future of Uganda is in your hands. Idi Amin, when he was president, he sent aid to United Arab Emirates. They were desperate, they were dying. Uganda was sending them aid. Today, our people are flocking in Dubai to do donkey work because those people are now developed. What happened? Our young people who became leaders never planned for us. You must plan for your country. You must plan for your people. So you have a task. Don't just limit yourself on this thing or parliamentary thing and what have you. You have a role of leadership for Africa, for Uganda. And don't think somebody else will come and save you from that. No. Even the World Bank are not for Africa. They are making money, they are making profit. The Chinese Exim Bank, they are saying they are bringing us development. They are giving us loan we must pay. Your grandchildren will pay some of those loans. Just put yourself in that shoes, that your grandchildren will pay those things. Because you are also going to grow up and mature with gray hairs, and you have grandchildren tomorrow. Do you want to leave your grandchildren indebted like that? You must plan, you must work, you must think for your nation. The problem of Africa, people think short end, and our leaders always mislead people. I always refer to those who mislead people as big fish in small pond. They go for tribalism. This is where, we are threatened. When he's removed from his job, he goes tribal. That, we don't have a job. We need a representation. In West Nile, even at this age, I'm sorry to say this, even Moses Ali, you look at him. He's saying he's representing people of West Nile. One day I told him, you are in East Nile, you're not in West Nile. But you look at his age, he's still struggling to be a member of parliament. What has he done to the ordinary people in Ajumani? Does he buy them salt? Does he buy them beddings? Does he buy them? He doesn't. But when it comes to their eating, they will say, oh, we actually people, we are not there. What do you need as a people? You need services. If people can give you proper services without corruption, that should mark it. Because what you need as ordinary people is not that is your tribesmate who should build for you a road. And they narrow it like they narrow the Juba road here and add the money. You want a good road for yourself. Not that somebody is there for you. So Africans, we must wake up. Our tribal differences is enrichment of our culture. we must utilize other people don't have. I asked the mayor of Atlanta one day, I say, why do these black Americans behave like this? Atlanta, Georgia. He said, Reagan, where do you come from? I say, I come from Uganda. That, no. I know you're from Uganda. But where do you? I say, from Northern. He say, no, that is a geographical entity. Then I say, I am an Acholi. Say, yes. You see, for you, I even suspect how they give your names. Your names have meanings. You have a culture that you follow. But it pains me that our black Americans don't have a culture, so they imitate. But it pains me even more that in Africa, people look at these black Americans and they think how they behave is civilization and they are copying them. Those people are desperate, they are looking for, they don't have a culture where to fall. But you people look at those, and you put on jeans down here. Yeah? You are walking with torn jeans and you think that is civilization because you've seen somebody there. Why? And the mayor of Atlanta said, you people are rich, maintain African values and African culture. So globalization has come, and globalization will distinct Africa if we are not careful. Because we are importing Chinese culture, we are importing European culture, and it's affecting us every day because we are forgetting our own African values. You think these Europeans have values? They don't. You look at, go to your small tribes and see, go to your clans, even names, our names are given. But the problem is, the world is now open, globalization is spreading all over the place. And yet, the Berlin Conference decision still exists. Decision about Africa is made behind, on the back of Africa. And Africa are excluded from the plans for their development, and development aid are just imposed on Africa. It's you young people, not tomorrow, now. You network and you join the global citizenship and let your voices be heard. There are other forums for global citizenship. I think you should get hooked up. I hear you have your WhatsApp group and what have you. I think I'll talk to that gentleman there who was talking about you having WhatsApp group. We would hook you up so that you start representing Africa and with strong African values and views globally. Don't let these Chinese dominate you, let those Indians dominate you. You must be partners, not invitees. Lastly, I want to come back to your invitation here. You see, what you are going to discuss in this forum, I call it a kind of a mock debate that you will be going, but it's also a training session for you. But I think the most important thing is the debate that you are going to be going to. One, motion of the Youth Parliament urging the government to address continued Balalu crisis vis-a-vis land tenure rights and what have you. Debate it, discuss it. This is your own thing, it's not mine. But you should know what the executive order means. So when you're making your resolution, should be based on even the existing. Executive order means something expressed, because the process of law will delay it. It is expressed. Executive order is law itself. Executive order should not even take 2 weeks for its implementation. But ours has taken years. Why? So, you question that. Why? Trump issued executive order, and the following day people would be implementing it. Because it is a temporary law. They say deport, deport. it must be expressed. So why is this one delaying? So when you are debating this, open your horizon and look at it from that angle too. That there's an existing executive order in place. 2, you have something to do with the resolution of Parliament Youth urging the government to address barriers that bar the youth from exclusive and democratic participation, commercialization of politics. You don't have the money, you don't have this, but our politics has been commercialized. Even Electoral Commission itself demands 3 million shillings. Where would you get 3 million for your nomination? So these are the critical issues. Don't even only look at the youth representation only. Look at the other representation. How can you participate in that? You don't have that resources. So government must stop commercialization of politics. Electoral Commission should stop hiking fees that bars young people who are not employed from getting nominated for position of leadership. So don't just look at other things, look at that aspect as well, so that you have the opportunity to participate. The other motion you have is the resolution with the Youth Parliament calling upon the government to urgently address the gaps in Uganda's transitional justice process. This is long overdue. Many motions have been passed in Parliament. The executive doesn't want to implement it. The peace agreements have been signed. Government doesn't want to implement. So in your motion, you urge the executive. And when you talk about the executive, it's the president and his cabinet. Because they're the one who implement. Parliament just passed resolution. So this transitional justice process goes alongside global justice. The global justice aspect of some of this has been taken by ICC. What about our local transitional justice process, which we have been talking about, national truth and reconciliation, as the only way to heal Uganda? Why don't we have National Truth and Reconciliation Commission like the one we have had in South Africa? The African Transitional Justice System. This is what all this thing is embedded about. So you expound it, because if the past has been hostile, youth, you should demand that let our elders come and talk their differences openly where they made their mistakes, so that you do not become part of that problem tomorrow. You move forward without tribalism, without any problem. Your other motion is on that you want to make government to bridge the gap between formal education inefficiencies that have led to higher poverty and unemployment. Our system of education has collapsed, which is a reality, because government has failed to manage education. Look at visitation, for example. If my mother from Buchora was to go for visitation, if visitation was to be there at that time, I would have suffered. Because she would not, first of all, go. She didn't have the money. But also the luxury that goes with visitation throws the poor away. The poor then are not part of this education. So you address the serious issues. Yes, education. But what are the gaps in this education? Why it is better government comes with a new policy of saying, okay, let there be half-term holiday. Every Friday, in the middle, Friday, people go back to their homes and they come back on Sunday. Those luxury will not be seen by the poor children. Because it affects people psychologically. You get intimidated. You get humble. Our education system is the most expensive. Raise it in your motion. Will the poor afford? It is a class thing now. Uganda's education system has become now a class. Those who have, they manage better. Those who don't have, you go to third world school. And yet, at the end of the day, you sit the same national exams. And the best is chosen to have scholarships. The best will definitely not come from a third world school. It will come from the best schools. That's why northern Uganda remain backward. Because most of the good schools are that side. Here, we are in a third world school. I tried to bring some small school here, called Uche. Uche is trying, but it's only one. It cannot do beyond that. So in your motion, raise it. Your people, your parents cannot afford the current kind of educational system. Let government listen to address it. So the gap is not first the system of education. The gap is management of education. Our government has failed. How much is a nursery school now? In some school, people pay nursery more than even university now. Is that education? I was watching an Indian TV, and they were saying Uganda has the most expensive education in the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you so much for organizing yourself. I want to thank also the groups that have facilitated you to come here. It is very important, and I want to encourage them to continue from time to time. I hope you don't come annually. I hope, you know, maybe twice or thrice or 4 times a year, you should create engagement amongst yourself across. Today you are in Gulu, tomorrow you go to Arua. No, the other day go to Karamoja. No, go to Lira and all this, so that you can traverse this region and then you build yourself together. Otherwise, my only promise to you, I will remain open for you. Although getting me is difficult, but because sometimes I'm here, sometimes I'm not here. But my emails will be available with him. My telephone contacts will be available to him. I wish you better deliberation. If you don't see me around, because I am also busy. Okay? So I wish you all the best, and with these very many words, I open your function to proceed. Thank you so much.
I think he deserves better, and we can do better actually. So let's appreciate him while he's still in our midst. Thank you. At this point, I want to tell you all that breakfast is ready. Some people are saying there's no breakfast, even when some of us showed up late. Thank you. Our breakfast is ready. It's down the hall in the restaurant. So as we walk down, I request that we use 15 minutes and then come back, because our time is fast spent. That gentleman by the door side, Palaring Stephen, has some coupons for accountability for the restaurant. So please make sure you pick one as you walk down, and then as fast as possible, let's come back up and we continue with the proceedings. Yes. Questions for the guests? He's still with us. He's going to be down, so in case you need to ask questions, unless it's for the benefit of the group. 1 minute. Okay. But you also now, please. 5 seconds. Thank you. Does your colleague also want to ask, or it was just that one? Okay, so we'll answer that quickly and go. In case you need to chat, you will still be with us down the hall.
Let me also use my map now. People who disappoint people is not a character. If you are born crafty, you will die crafty. If you are born principled, you will die with your principle. I serve my time very objectively, very principally. No amount of job would offer would compromise me, because I knew why I was there. But then also the plight of the people I stood for. When I turn back and say, should I betray these people? So when you're a leader, don't betray people. So if you have a strong principle and you look back and you don't betray people, you remain true to yourself. So that is how I remain true to myself. I studied in Makerere, I did social science. I majored in sociology. I did my master in international relations and conflict from New York University.
There are people who are watching us online.
What I was saying is just simple. That there are people, leaders who betray others. They have those characteristics. Either they are born people who are not honest, people who are born crafty. Whether they are old or young, they will behave the same way. That is why don't say young people have betrayed you. There are elderly people who have also betrayed people, a lot of them. But there are some young people like us who remain true to ourselves also. So it's not about age, it's about principle of leadership. Unfortunately, in Uganda, over 90% of people who occupy leadership positions are not leaders. They are workers, or if they are not job seekers, then they are appointees who wait for instructions from other people as to what they should do. But when you're a leader, you turn back to your people. You look back at the plight of your people, and you stand by them. How dare you betray the people who elect you and turn your back to them and betray them? That in the name of development, I have changed. What is development? Don't they need development too? So, our problem in Uganda is about class also. I stood firm. Those who are here knew. I deliberately made my posters, which read Latin Palotedero, Pedwan Lutedero. I did that deliberately because I stood for the underprivileged. I didn't stand for those who were well off. So I stood firm, and that guided it. So you must also have principle why you go into leadership. Don't just enter leadership without any principle. Have a grounding, ideological grounding that drives you. And I went to Makerere. I studied social sciences. I majored in sociology. I did my master in sociology also in Makerere, but I also did another master in international relations and conflict from New York University. You know, I am doing something which but because you have asked me, let me tell you. I am now on the verge of completing my PhD in global leadership and change from Pepperdine University. So that's what I do. But at the moment, I do a lot of writing for the UN. Especially on Africa and other things. And if you look at UN journals, you see some of my writing. 2 books so far this year. One is on the war in northern Uganda, which is entitled War of, because this war has not been resolved. Because the victims of the war, which you are going to discuss in transitional justice, are just there hanging. And then I also wrote about conflict in Ethiopia. The giant of Africa in conflict. That's the title of the book. The giant in Africa in conflict. Because Ethiopia, you know, is a Pan-Africanist. So, briefly, that is it. I encourage you, have your grounding ideology. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And with that, breakfast is ready, has been ready for the past 1 hour or so. So please ensure you pick a coupon from Mr. Palaring, and let's use about 15 minutes and come back up. Are we in agreement? All right, so the restaurant is down. Joe, you might need to.
Whenever issues of young people are not spoken out by young people themselves, they don't necessarily get audience.
This being the 6th edition of the National Youth Parliament, organized by Faraja Africa Foundation.
Yeah.
As always, the drill is you have the regional parliaments where youth get to debate on various issues. So how were the regional parliaments of this year?
Well, quite interesting. They were bigger compared to last year. Remember, because last year we still had COVID, that was, sketchy. This time around, we had bigger numbers and we had wider participation.
This year's Central Regional Youth Parliament has been an interesting one, where I've had young people come together and deliberate on issues that are actually pressing us.
We are giving those spaces to exercise and also give out our views to those local governments. We will cry and cry and cry until Jesus comes back.
So far, this is the first youth parliament I've attended. Physically, I had attended the virtual one in 2021, but it has been a beautiful experience. A lot of brilliant people to meet, seeing the youth passionate about the matters of the country.
I think each year that gets by, the youth parliament becomes more interesting and it gets better. It's a very enriching experience to see young people debate on pertinent issues that affect them in society. It's a blessing to tap into their cups of wisdom because, they give us a fresh feel of what is going on at the grassroots, where we might not be able as leaders to reach on a daily. So young people's advocacy, strengthening the youth voice, is a platform that we really need to fully utilize, and the youth parliament offers it on a silver platter.
The question the youth are asking out there, how do you choose this member of parliament to come on the floor of parliament?
Okay, for starters, it is always a competitive process, that is for a fact. But in the competition, we look at leaders, young emerging leaders, who have hands-on skills, who have done something, and we also give a lot of consideration to the leaders from the grassroots, because given our development approach, we're using a bottom-top approach. I don't want to lie to you that I'm going to go and pick someone that has been in power for some time, that is exposed already. No, we want that person who has not been here one time, or that person who is able to talk, who is able to speak. And of course, while we're doing that, we consider special groups, I'm talking about the PWDs, yeah. I'm talking about the special groups. We're looking at the young mothers out there and, the person who maybe didn't finish school, but I tried to make it out there. So it's not like we don't want everyone to participate. I also have to have regional balances. We want each and every region.
I was so inspired by the sessions. When I was cheering, at some point I got lost in my head. I said, imagine this was the real parliament, because the people were really respectful. Under my guidance, I managed to Imagine in 30 minutes, 18 politicians speaking to the point. That was special, and we need to improve this, keep on going with this. Now, one day is not enough for everyone to understand the content of the motions. We tried, but we can only try. So this has inspired me. I want to really talk, say, okay, what are the chances? Can we see, like, is there any chance that we could keep on these conversations? Maybe even if it's quarterly. Because this crowd, if they have another chance to debate, they'll just get better and better and better.
So the issues that were carried out from all these different regions were put together, and of course we used the whole problem analysis sort of method to come down to the motions that we've discussed today in the chambers.
During the event, we had 3 motions, but one of the most outstanding motions that really that really touched me was the motion on cattle rustling in the eastern part of Achule sub-region and Karamoja. This is something that we have been talking about. We tried all angles, and when this thing was brought, and I believe what we brought out here will again spark fire on the government to at least act.
Traders who have handed over their guns to the government, you will find that they have been promised that maybe we are going to give you these livestock and other things to do. Because what the Cajuns knows, most of them, they know about only cattle keeping. There should be an alternative of other things so that they don't go around and killing people, taking away their cattle. They should know that without keeping the cattle, we can also survive on our own.
It is not only about the cattle raids that is taking place. As I speak right now, families are leaving their home as early as by 5 p.m. to go to seek for a refuge in one of the nearest places that they feel it's a bit safe. One of them being churches, institutions like schools, just that they can comfort themselves in. Because these cattle raiders are no longer only taking cattle, but they're also killing people.
Well, the issue of climate change and then in relation to also agriculture for the young people, that one is very directly related to the young people, because climate change and agriculture eventually evolve into a reduction in the quality of life that the young people are living. And if young people cannot live a certain quality of life where they can have their basic needs and all that, it can set grounds for other challenges to rise, especially community-based challenges.
We've had a discussion around land, and this has been a very big challenge, where we have people have been losing their land grabbers. We've had people owning miles and miles of land in this place because of the different bureaucracies that rotate around land, lease, non-lease. But we've actually come to discuss this as young people, because in the long run we are all affected. These are areas of settlement, these are areas of habitats where the young people are living and actually trying to earn a living. Having agriculture as our background, the young people here are actually doing a lot of agriculture on this land. Others are rearing cows and others are planting crops. So having the young people come to discuss on these issues that are affecting them, especially the land issue. The land is rotating around economically, socially, and in all ways the land is important to the young people and it is a resource to us.
Then for service delivery, it was mostly on medical interns and boosting the education of the country. And then for National Youth Council, we were of the view that we as youth, the budget should be boosted, since we see that in this financial year it was decreased from 4 billion to 800 million.
So many issues within the health sector. I would point out that the government should really invest in the preventive measures, especially when it comes to cancer. Cancer has been a very big problem for the women who have the breast cancer being the highest in the country. So if we have preventive measures, we will not lose a lot of money having to borrow from World Bank and all these other countries.
The greatest challenge that I identified is research. You see, when you are invited for the National Youth Parliament like this, you should come well equipped with knowledge, with information on what you are going to debate about. You notice during the debates in the House, there were a lot of challenges. People were challenging each other on information, on falsehoods of speaking this and that. So it is very important that moving forward for the future, young people should always invest their time to research about the issues that they come to speak about. It only does not distinguish them as prominent leaders in the future, but it also substantiates debate better for policy shaping.
The theme is in line with our International Youth Theme Day. It's about green skills. So we are trying to advocate for climate change. We also incorporated better livelihood. You know, climate affects us in every sort of way.
Green skilling is one thing that we need to push across the divide. Not only young people, but young people are the center of it, because we are the drive to sustainability. If we have the young people of today each acquire a green skill, then you can transcend it to another young person. And a green skill does not require a budget. It could be the basics of just protecting your environment, being cautious about environmental degradation, seeing how best we can have as many young climate change agents as possible.
For the two motions, the first one was on climate change. That is something very urgent. I'm personally going to take it to the Ministry of Water and Environment. I already have a meeting with the Commission of Climate Change.
Wow, you're already working.
Yes, we already. I have a meet, not in my office, but as an individual.
Wow.
So with the guidance of Faraja, I should be able maybe to try and table some of these things. There are opportunities to train young negotiators on climate change. Personally, I negotiate for government on climate change. I was in Germany last month doing that work. There's COP. So all these are training opportunities. We must table them, especially the climate change thing, and continue with the conversation. We are not implementers, but we have to push, learn how to lobby our agenda.
The issue of climate change and then in relation to also agriculture for the young people, that one is very directly related to the young people, because climate change and agriculture eventually evolve into a reduction in the quality of life that the young people are living. And if young people cannot live a certain quality of life where they can have their basic needs and all that, it can set grounds for other challenges to rise.
The best solution to jungle burning is a subsidization of the alternatives. If government sees fit, then they should subsidize electricity.
With the big theme of green skilling of the youth, this addresses the core issue of my generation. We have big population of the youth, not guided, without any meaningful skills. That is why they go into forest and cut everything down for very temporary need. But the big issue is, as legislators, we shall take it upon ourselves that going forward, when a bill comes into the floor, we need a certificate of environmental responsiveness and also bias on the youth, so that every agenda actually affects the youth.
To the organizers, this is a very good platform for the young people to express their views, and I hope that once these resolutions are taken high up to the ladders, feedback can be brought back to the people who initiated the conversations, and they can understand how their submissions fed into the national policies that are formulated.
My name is Paul Peter Siniga from Tanzania. I am Speaker of the 4th East African Youth Parliament, running from the year 2021 to 2022. The East African Youth Parliament has opened many doors for my career as an individual young person from the East African community. It has nurtured me and shaped me as a young leader to engage with high-level policymakers within my region and advise them on youth issues. It's been an opportunity of a lifetime whereby I get to explore my leadership skills and be of better service to the East African region in the voice and representation of young people of the East African region. During my parliament, we discussed a number of motions ranging from post-COVID resilience to universal health care, employment opportunities for young people, and so forth. Some of these motions during my tenure have gone on to be implemented by different governments, such as the government of Uganda that is upholding youth participation in democratic spaces, the government of Tanzania that is advocating and championing the implementation of universal health care coverage within the Tanzania, and also participation of young people in economic opportunities and trade in Kenya. We've had audiences and engagements with civil society, government institutions, development partners and diplomatic corps, all in the essence of advising them about young people and youth affairs. One of the key highlights that I've managed to achieve from a local content in Tanzania was having an audience with our speaker, Dr. Tulia Ackson, where we advised her on a few issues that encompass young people within Tanzania. But also some of our members of parliament within the space have gone to be part of these high-level policy-making forums that have advised governments on youth issues. In terms of economic issues, the East African Youth Parliament has furthered the integration and interaction of young people within the East African community to spearhead movements and trade of young people within the East African community. Economically, East Africa as one region bears a vast opportunity, an array of opportunities for young people, be it trade, be it cultural expression, be it joint participation in different programs, be it in the development agenda. We've seen the economic opportunities that the East African community provides to young people. Therefore, it was our mission as members of the East African Youth Parliament to contribute highly and talk to our government leaders and policymakers to uphold their treaty of East African to contribute more to the development of young people. In the social space, the East African Youth Parliament has been a safe space for us as young leaders and activists to work together, to come together, unified, to address the challenges within our community. The East African Youth Parliament is a safe space for young people to come together and address the challenges of the regions, find solutions, but also be key players in the decision-making processes by engaging with high-level stakeholders from the East African governments. So as a young person, when you get a chance to be part of the East African Youth Parliament 2022-2023, do not take it lightly. Show us what you've got, your skills, your talent, your vision, your activism, your advocacy, and things that you believe in to make East Africa community better.
By name called Matata Rashid Juma. I'm a truck driver. We are particularly here, we are in Arua, but right now we are in Ivora.
And where we are now is a lorry park, where normally when drivers comes in, this is where they normally park their lorries. And then they go out and load, after offloading or loading, this is where they normally park. We have trucks from Kenya, Uganda, even Congo. They all parked here.
Truck driving business, actually, it is a good business, but it has a lot of challenges. The good part of it is normally when you are carrying products from maybe from Kenya to Uganda, the owner of the vehicle gives you a lot of mileage which you spend. It also gives you time where, as far as you are traveling, your family members will not suffer a lot about it because they will have money to feed the family.
I've received the training in FEB from Advanced Africa and Faraja Africa in Arua at the Heritage Court. The most topic I appreciated, the first one is about health, driver's health. A driver should know how to control himself or herself, especially when driving on a high road, on main roads and whatever.
We normally talk they taught us about COVID-19 epidemic and the challenges we face during that period of COVID-19. And they got us even we are, by the way, we are the vulnerable people with the truck drivers in that period of COVID-19 and any other diseases like even malaria, HIV. We are the vulnerable people. So they teach us about those things.
The skills we learned was about as a truck driver, when you get an accident, how will you help your colleague when he involve himself into accident. In that area, we were trained, like for instance, as a truck driver, sometimes when we met accident, or you knock someone dead or you fell, what you do normally is to run away. Not knowing that when you run away, someone will not help you, and there are other effects, internal effects you got during that accident. But when you use a rightful procedures, it will help you. What are those rightful procedures? Like when you cause an accident by knocking someone, what you do is to carry that person, you put him aside, and then like if a fracture happened, you need to tie that part where the fracture has happened.
First of all, on health, because we have some drivers who find that they are HIV positive, others have some other sicknesses, like diabetes, others have so many sicknesses, most likely about the sicknesses.
We as the truck drivers, we are 100% not perfect. We are not trusted in the communities wherever we reach. The first suspicion put on us was we are the humanizers. Because at one time, we can leave our homes here, we go to Kampala, reaching Kampala, you get a woman, you be with them there. Now time came, I said, no, please, people, our younger generations are there. Like me, I'm citing myself as an example. Me, I'm HIV positive. I'm HIV positive, and I'm a single parent. Despite that, I have my children.
I've already sensitized them, and I like that most of them are following it up. They are very pleased, and they wanted more education about that. Because there are some drivers who find that they may, like, for example, the one who has HIV, he may not pick his drug, or when maybe he's going far. So we have to sensitize them how to use their drugs regularly when they are driving maybe long journey.
Yeah, as a truck driver, the training was so important for me. I am able to get some skills through sensitizing or also training my colleagues who did not have the training, the skillful areas where we are not doing, we are able to move around to teach them. It was so important because for us as a driver, some of us never went to driving school. For us, we learned those driving through our colleagues who were others in taxi park, in the garage, with not attend the skillful trainings where, as a driver, what should you do before maybe you start? So when we receive this training, we are able to know as a driver before you start your journey, what should you do to avoid you causing reckless accidents. There were accidents which we caused, not knowing that if you would take the steps which are allowed for drivers, it will help you to cause accidents. But since we are not well trained along that, we didn't go through those procedures.
Whenever issues of young people are not spoken out by young people themselves, they don't necessarily get audience.
This being the 6th edition of the National Youth Parliament, organized by Faraja Africa Foundation.
Yeah.
As always, the drill is you have the regional parliaments where youth get to debate on various issues. So how were the regional parliaments of this year?
Well, quite interesting. They were bigger compared to last year. Remember, because last year we still had COVID, that was, sketchy. This time around, we had bigger numbers and we had wider participation.
This year's Central Regional Youth Parliament has been an interesting one, where I've had young people come together and deliberate on issues that are actually pressing us.
We are given those spaces to exercise and also give out our views to those local governments. We will cry and cry and cry until Jesus comes back.
So far, this is the first youth parliament I've attended. Physically, I had attended the virtual one in 2021, but it has been a beautiful experience. A lot of brilliant people to meet, seeing the youth passionate about the matters of the country.
I think each year that gets by, the youth parliament becomes more interesting and it gets better. It's a very enriching experience to see young people debate on pertinent issues that affect them in society. It's a blessing to tap into their cups of wisdom because, they give us a fresh feel of what is going on at the grassroots, where we might not be able as leaders to reach on a daily. So young people's advocacy, strengthening the youth voice, is a platform that we really need to fully utilize, and the youth parliament offers it on a silver platter.
The question the youth are asking out there, how do you choose this member of parliament to come on the floor of parliament?
Okay, for starters, it is always a competitive process, that is for a fact. But in the competition, we look at leaders, young emerging leaders, who have hands-on skills, who have done something, and we also give a lot of consideration to the leaders from the grassroots, because given our development approach, we're using a bottom-top approach. I don't want to lie to you that I'm going to go and pick someone that has been in power for some time, that is exposed already. No, we want that person who has not been here one time, or that person who is able to talk, who is able to speak. And of course, while we're doing that, we consider special groups, I'm talking about the PWDs, yeah. I'm talking about the special groups. We're looking at the women, the young mothers out there, and the person who maybe didn't finish school, but are trying to make it out there. So it's not like we don't want everyone to participate. I also have to have regional balance. We want each and every region.
I was so inspired by the sessions. When I was cheering, at some point I got lost in my head. I said, imagine this was the real parliament, because the people were really respectful. Under my guidance, I managed to imagine in 30 minutes, 18 politicians speaking to the point. That was special, and we need to improve this keep on going with this. Now, one day is not enough for everyone to understand the content of the motions. We tried, but we can only try. So this has inspired me. I want to really talk, say, okay, what are the chances? Can we see, like, is there any chance that we could keep on these conversations? Maybe even if it's quarterly. Because this crowd, if they have another chance to debate, they'll just get better and better and better.
So the issues that were carried out from all these different regions were put together, and of course we used the whole problem analysis sort of method to come down to the motions that we've discussed today in the chambers.
During the event, we had 3 motions, but one of the most outstanding motions that really that really touched me was the motion on cattle rustling in the eastern part of Achule sub-region and Karamoja. This is something that we have been talking about. We tried all angles, and when this thing was brought, and I believe what we brought out here will again spark fire on the government to at least act.
Traders who have handed over their guns to the government, you will find that they have been promised that maybe we are going to give you these livestock and other things to do. Because what the Kejongs knows, most of them, they know about only cattle keeping. There should be an alternative of other things so that they don't go around and killing people, taking away the cattle. They should know that without keeping the cattle, we can also survive on our own.
It is not only about the cattle raids that is taking place. As I speak right now, families are leaving their home as early as by 5 p.m. to go to seek for a refuge in one of the nearest places that they feel it's a bit safe. One of them being churches, institutions like schools, just that they can comfort themselves in. Because these cattle raiders are no longer only taking cattle, but they're also killing people.
Well, the issue of climate change and then in relation to also agriculture for the young people, that one is very directly related to the young people, because climate change and agriculture eventually evolve into a reduction in the quality of life that the young people are living. And if young people cannot live a certain quality of life where they can have their basic needs and all that, it can set grounds for other challenges to rise, especially community-based challenges.
We've had a discussion around land, and this has been a very big challenge, where we have people have been losing their land grabbers. We've had people owning miles and miles of land in this place because of the different bureaucracies that rotate around land. Lease actually come to discuss this as young people, because in the long run we are all affected. These are areas of settlement, these are areas of habitats where the young people are living and actually trying to earn a living. Having agriculture as our background, the young people here are actually doing a lot of agriculture on this land. Others are rearing cows and others are planting crops. So having the young people come to discuss on these issues that are affecting them, especially the land issue. The land is rotating around economically, socially, and in all ways the land is important to the young people and it is a resource to us.
Then for service delivery, it was mostly on medical interns and boosting the education of the country. And then for National Youth Council, we were of the view that we as youth, the budget should be boosted, since we see that in this financial year, it was decreased from 4 billion to 800 million.
So many issues within the health sector. I would point out
the greatest challenge that I identified is research. You see, when you are invited for the National Youth Parliament like this, you should come well equipped with knowledge, with information on what you are going to debate about. You notice during the debates in the House, there were a lot of challenges. People were challenging each other on information, on falsehoods of speaking this and that. So it is very important that moving forward for the future, young people should always invest their time to research about the issues that they come to speak about. It only does not distinguish them as prominent leaders in the future, but it also substantiates debate better for policy shaping.
The theme is in line with our International Youth Theme Day. It's about green skills. So we are trying to advocate for climate change. We also incorporated better livelihood. You know, climate affects us in every sort of way.
Green skilling is one thing that we need to push across the divide. Not only young people, but young people are the center of it because we are the drive to sustainability. If we have the young people of today each acquire a green skill, then you can transcend it to another young person. And a green skill does not require a budget. It could be the basics of just protecting your environment, being cautious about environmental degradation, seeing how best we can have as many young climate change agents as possible.
For the two motions, the first one was on climate change. That is something very urgent. I'm personally going to take it to the Ministry of Water and Environment. I already have a meeting with the Commission of Climate Change.
Wow, you're already working.
Yes, we already. I have a meet, not in my office, but as an individual.
Wow.
So with the guidance of Faraja, I should be able maybe to try and table some of these things. There are opportunities to train young negotiators on climate change. Personally, I negotiate for government on climate change. I was in Germany last month doing that work. There's COP. So all these are training opportunities. We must table them, especially the climate change thing, and continue with the conversation. We are not implementers, but we have to push, learn how to lobby our agenda.
The issue of climate change and then in relation to also agriculture for the young people, that one is very directly related to the young people because climate change and agriculture eventually evolve into a reduction in the quality of life that the young people are living. And if young people cannot live a certain quality of life where they can have their basic needs and all that, it can set grounds for other challenges to rise.
The best solution to jungle burning is a subsidization of the alternatives. If government sees fit, then they should subsidize electricity.
With the big theme of green skilling of the youth, this addresses the core issue of my generation. We have big population of the youth, not guided, without any meaningful skills. That is why they go into forest and cut everything down for very temporary need. But the big issue is, as legislators, we shall take it upon ourselves that going forward, when a bill comes into the floor, we need a certificate of environmental responsiveness and also bias on the youth so that every agenda actually affects the youth.
To the organizers, this is a very good platform for the young people to express their views, and I hope that once these resolutions are taken high up to the ladders, feedback can be brought back to the people who initiated the conversations, and they can understand how their submissions fed into the national policies that are formulated.
My name is Paul Peter Siniga from Tanzania. I am Speaker of the 4th East African Youth Parliament, running from the year 2021 to 2022. The East African Youth Parliament has opened many doors for my career as an individual young person from the East African community. It has nurtured me and shaped me as a young leader to engage with high-level policymakers within my region and advise them on youth issues. It's been an opportunity of a lifetime whereby I get to explore my leadership skills and be of better service to the East African region in the voice and representation of young people of the East African region. During my parliament, we discussed a number of motions ranging from post-COVID resilience to universal health care, employment opportunities for young people, and so forth. Some of these motions during my tenure have gone on to be implemented by different governments, such as the government of Uganda that is upholding youth participation in democratic spaces, the government of Tanzania that is advocating and championing the implementation of universal health care coverage within the Tanzania, and also participation of young people in economic opportunities and trade in Kenya. We've had audiences and engagements with civil society, government institutions, development partners and diplomatic corps, all in the essence of advising them about young people and youth affairs. One of the key highlights that I've managed to achieve from a local content in Tanzania was having an audience with our speaker, Dr. Tulia Ackson, where we advised her on a few issues that encompass young people within Tanzania. But also some of our members of parliament within the space have gone to be part of these high-level policy-making forums that have advised governments on youth issues. In terms of economic issues, the East African Youth Parliament has furthered the integration and interaction of young people within the East African community to spearhead movements and trade of young people within the East African community. As one region bears a vast opportunity, an array of opportunities for young people, be it trade, be it cultural expression, be it joint participation in different programs, be it in the development agenda. We've seen the economic opportunities that the East African community provides to young people. Therefore, it was our mission as members of the East African Youth Parliament to contribute highly and talk to our government leaders and policymakers to uphold their treaty of East African, to contribute more to the development of young people. In the social space, the East African Youth Parliament has been a safe space for us as young leaders and activists to work together, to come together, unified, to address the challenges within our community. The East African Youth Parliament is a safe space for young people to come together and address the challenges of the regions, find solutions, but also be key players in the decision-making processes by engaging with high-level stakeholders from the East African governments. So as a young person, when you get a chance to be part of the East African Youth Parliament 2022-2023, do not take it lightly. Show us what you've got, your skills, your talent, your vision, your activism, your advocacy, and things that you believe in to make East Africa community better.
By name called Matata Rashid Juma. I'm a truck driver. We are particularly here, we are in Arua, but right now we are in Ivora.
And where we are now is a lorry park, where normally when drivers comes in, this is where they normally park their lorries. And then they go out and load, after offloading or loading, this is where they normally park. We have trucks from Kenya, Uganda, even Congo. They all parked here.
Truck driving business, actually, it is a good business, but it has a lot of challenges. The good part of it is normally when you are carrying products from maybe from Kenya to Uganda, the owner of the vehicle gives you a lot of mileage which you spend. It also gives you time where, as far as you are traveling, your family members will not suffer a lot about it because they will have money to feed the family.
I've received the training in FEB from Advanced Africa and Faraja Africa in Arua at the Heritage Court. The most topic I appreciated, the first one is about health, driver's health. A driver should know how to control himself or herself, especially when driving on a high road, on main roads and whatever.
We normally they taught us about COVID-19 epidemic and the challenges we face during that period of COVID-19. And they got us even we are, by the way, we are the vulnerable people with the truck drivers in that period of COVID-19 and any other diseases like even malaria, HIV. We are the vulnerable people. So they teach us about those things.
The skills we learned was about as a truck driver, when you get an accident, how will you help your colleague when he involve himself into accident. In that area, we were trained, like for instance, as a truck driver, sometimes when we met accident, or you knock someone dead or you fell, what you do normally is to run away. Not knowing that when you run away, someone will not help you, and there are other effects, internal effects you got during that accident. But when you use a rightful procedures, it will help you. What are those rightful procedures? Like when you cause an accident by knocking someone, what you do is to carry that person, you put him aside, and then like if a fracture happened, you need to tie that part where the fracture has happened.
First of all, on health, because we have some drivers who find that they are HIV positive, others have some other sicknesses, like diabetes, others have so many sicknesses, most likely about the sicknesses.
We as the truck drivers, we are 100% not perfect. We are not trusted in the communities wherever we reach. The first suspicion put on us was we are the humanizers. Because at one time, we can leave our homes here, we go to Kampala, reaching Kampala, you get a woman, you be with them there. Now time came, I said, no, please, people, our younger generations are there. Like me, I'm citing myself as an example. Me, I'm HIV positive. I'm HIV positive, and I'm a single parent. Despite that, I have my children.
I've already sensitized them, and I like that most of them are following it up. They are very pleased, and they wanted more education about that. Because there are some drivers who find that they may, like, for example, the one who has HIV, he may not pick his drug or when maybe he's going far. So we have to sensitize them how to use their drugs regularly when they are driving maybe long journey.
Yeah, as a truck driver, the training was so important for me. I am able to get some skills through sensitizing or also training my colleagues who did not have the training, the skillful areas where we are not doing, we are able to move around to teach them. It was so important because for us as a driver, some of us never went to driving school. For us, we learned those driving through our colleagues who were others in taxi park, in the garage, with not attend the skillful trainings where, as a driver, what should you do before maybe you start? So when we receive this training, we are able to know as a driver before you start your journey, what should you do to avoid you causing reckless accidents. There were accidents which we caused, not knowing that if you would take the steps which are allowed for drivers, it will help you to cause accidents. But since we are not well trained along that, we didn't go through those procedures.
Whenever issues of young people are not spoken out by young people themselves, they don't necessarily get audience.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm calling the House to order. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So we are entering our next session. A few highlights. We're going to now discuss our issues and set recommendations and see what we can do for ourselves for this next sitting. Avoid any unnecessary movements. I'm only cautioning you. Avoid unnecessary movements. We are going to now sit, discuss, and finish this once and for all. Are we all in agreement? Can I hear the yes? Are we all in agreement? Okay. So the speaker is going to be coming in, and thereafter, please, no unnecessary movements. Let's discuss facts. Be informed, and yeah, I wish you all the best.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let us all rise. The speaker is in the house.
Yes.
I, Shamim Yusuf, swear in the name of the Almighty God that I will act all times well and truly serve the Republic of Uganda in the office of Speaker of the Northern Regional Youth Parliament, and that I will support and uphold the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda as by law established. So help me God. Honorable members of Parliament, thank you so much once again for giving me the opportunity to serve you as Speaker in this 8th sitting of the Subnational Youth Parliament. I now call upon the House to order, starting with the National Anthem. So, dear Clerk, can you please lead us to the National Anthem?
We shall start with the East African anthem. We shall all sing it together for Pan-Africanism. Mungu Jahumbi. O Uganda, Let's sum ourselves and we pray. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for the knowledge. We thank you for courage. We thank you for protection. We thank you for the journey mercies you have given us. As we enter into this great parliament, you, our Lord, you know where you brought us from, and you know where you are taking us from. Matters of Northern Uganda are matters of national importance. Encourage all the honorable members of the House, give them wisdom and knowledge to do justice and justify the motion and continue to promote it and solve the different problems of Northern Uganda. Glory to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. Blood of Jesus, cover us. Blood of Jesus, cover us. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you so much, Clark. At this junction, I call upon a group photo, and this is the order. We are starting with the invited guests, then we shall have a group photo. Thank you.
There's space in the back, so this side, let's just push back a bit.
For the extremely tall people, please a little bit behind. if you're tall, please let's try to go behind. I see the people who are behind. Please come to the front. If you're tall, to this side. You have to push behind. Let's be straight. Yeah. Members, kindly, please push a little. So, okay, she's saying, everyone, let's be behind the seats. Let's be behind.
They don't necessarily get audience.
This being the 6th edition of the National Youth Parliament, organized by Faraja Africa Foundation.
Yeah.
As always, the drill is you have the regional parliaments where youth get to debate on various issues. So how were the regional parliaments of this year?
Well, quite interesting. They were bigger compared to last year. Remember, because last year we still had COVID, that was, sketchy.
So far, this is the first youth parliament I've attended. Physically, I had attended the virtual one in 2021, but it has been a beautiful experience. A lot of brilliant people to meet, seeing the youth passionate about the matters of the country.
I think each year that gets by, the youth parliament becomes more interesting and it gets better. It's a very enriching experience to see young people debate on pertinent issues that affect them in society. It's a blessing to tap into their cups of wisdom because, they give us a fresh feel of what is going on at the grassroots, where we might not be able as leaders to reach on a daily. So young people's advocacy, strengthening the youth voice, is a platform that we really need to fully utilize, and the youth parliament offers it on a silver platter.
The question the youth are asking out there, how do you choose this member of parliament to come on the floor of parliament?
Okay, for starters, it is always a competitive process, that is for a fact. But in the competition, we look at leaders, young emerging leaders, who have hands-on skills, who have done something, and we also give a lot of consideration to the leaders from the grassroots, because given our development approach, we're using a bottom-top approach. I don't want to lie to you that I'm going to go and pick someone that has been in power for some time, that is exposed already. No, we want that person who has not been here one time, or that person who is able to talk, who is able to speak. And of course, while we're doing that, we consider special groups, I'm talking about the PWDs, yeah. I'm talking about the special groups. We're looking at the women, the young mothers out there, and that person who maybe didn't finish school, but they're trying to make it out there. So it's not like we don't want everyone to participate. I also have to have regional balances. We want each and every region.
I was so inspired by the sessions. When I was cheering, at some point I got lost in my head. I said, imagine this was the real parliament, because the people were really respectful. Under my guidance, I managed to imagine
Honorable members of parliament,
Please take your seats.
Thank you. I now call this house to order. And I would wish to remind us all that as we are coming in front here to debate on certain issues, please, let's not just speak. Let's put more focus on finding solutions, because that is what we are here for. Without wasting so much time,
The youth from inclusive and democratic political youth from inclusive and democratic political participation. Our move of this motion will be Honorable Tumusawe Dan, and will be seconded by Honorable Akicha Oliver and Honorable Akena Moses. Then our third motion will be motion for a resolution of the Youth Parliament calling upon the government to urgently address the gaps in Uganda's transitional justice process, healing, community recovery, and sustainable peace in northern Uganda. It will be moved by our Honorable Piloya Flavia and seconded by Honorable Tim Francis. Then our last motion will be a motion of the Gulu Youth Parliament urging the government to bridge the gap between formal education inefficiencies, higher poverty and employment rates in northern Uganda. It will be moved by Honorable Akelo Masi, and any member of the House will second this motion. Then we shall have the review of the resolution from the Parliament session. Then the Speaker will adjourn the House. Then the Clerk of Parliament will hand over the resolution to the responsible parties. Thank you so much.
thank you so much, Clerk. I do hereby call upon the first mover of the motion to please come and move the motion.
Madam Speaker, allow me to congratulate you once again for having been elected as our Speaker.
Thank you.
Dear honorable members, I'm called Honorable Adong Sarah. I serve as the 23rd Guild Cabinet Minister of Gender and Women's Affairs. I'm here to move a motion urging the government to address the continued Balalu crisis vis-a-vis land tenure rights, and identity polity in northern Uganda. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sarah. Can we have the seconders of the motion?
The Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I greet you all. My name is Marion Abe, and with great conviction, I second the motion on the floor, urging the government to address the continued Balala crisis vis-a-vis land tenure rights and the identity polity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Marion. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is open for debate. I hereby invite Honorable Mwaka. Yes.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to give guidance to this House that the motion moved has not been justified, so honorable members may not have enough knowledge and the objection. So I guide that the mover of the motion justifies before we debate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Daniel. Honorable Sarah, please come and justify your motion.
We are all aware of that. We are all aware of that. If we are to address this motion today, we should put logic, emotional intelligence, and any other thing that shall make this motion come to life. Most of the times when people address this motion, they leave out the fact that this region has suffered from war for 22 years. The major reason why this motion is it's a different kind of land conflict is because of that main factor. It's a different kind of land conflict is because of that main factor. Well, I come from Amuro. During the war and post the war, well, we were settled in IDP camps around 2007. During that moment, during those days, even when we were given food from the camps, we used to go to our gardens to farm as our source of livelihood. Because land in our region is not just anything else, it's our identity. Now, when we see someone coming from elsewhere, trying to participate in what we believe is our identity and culture, we get to have a lot of questions in our minds. We get to think a lot of things, and a lot of times all these issues that we are thinking have not been given answer to. We have not gotten any clear clarifications from either our politicians nor the government. So this issue is not just a land issue. It's something that has to be discussed, and whatsoever we shall come out of with from this parliament must be able to deal with post-event conflicts, with the fact that our region was just healing from what has already dealt with, and with clear evidence of what is happening. The issue of Balalu has come to a narrow end when the executive order by the president came on board. The first one being number 3, which was brought in 2023, and then the second one, which was just brought in June 2025. The reason why this executive order has not been executed is what we have to discuss today. They were supposed to evacuate from northern Uganda in 14 days, but up to date, that has not yet happened. When the Balalu heads were asked, mainly in televisions and other newspapers, what they said were, when they were coming to acquire these places, they've used formal and legal procedures. Well, as we all know, most of them never used those legal procedures, and yet, that those who could have used legal procedures. You know, there is a saying in northern Uganda that says, "Ogwalachelo bala wangpi." What that means is, one frog can destroy the source of water. So they are those that could have acquired this land legally, and they are those that just came and occupied these spaces when the lands were already purchased. When one of the, he says he leased land to these people, this Balalu. When he was asked, he said that when one of those Balalu come to get land, the rest of the members just come and reside within that. And then the Act and the Land Act of 227. With these, we shall get justice for we as the northerners of the claims that we have about these people grabbing land. And secondly, we have to strengthen the role of customary law in land governance. We have realized that these main issues are coming on board because our laws are not straightened enough. Yes, they are in existence, but how comes the issue has come up to this extent without it being addressed until now that the president come to give executive orders for it to be accomplished? If at all our customary laws were straightened enough, all these issues could not have reached this level. Thirdly, we have to reinforce national peace and unity, discouraging tribal narratives. We have heard of very many people when they come to the flow of discussions. They claim that we northerners are chasing the Balalo because we are the Acholis, we are the Langis, we are the West Nilers. We have to discourage these narratives, and all the government and political leaders have to discourage these narratives because it's going to affect we as a country. and Uganda at large, because we are under one constitution. If the constitution requires every Ugandan to acquire land in every region, this narrative must be discouraged, because before we have realized other people have acquired land here and there were no cases. These cases are rising due to the fact that we as Northerners, land is our cultural identity, and when the animals trespass to our areas where our crops have been grown and there are no strong compensation frameworks and guidelines, that's where we bring up these issues. So there must be national peace, unity, and we must discourage tribal narratives. From today, as we bring up our resolutions in the House, I kindly urge us to discourage tribal
Honorable Sarah,
narratives.
please wind up your submission.
Thank you, ma'am. The last point, my last point is we must come up with compensation schemes. Well, the Presidential Executive Orders 2 and 3 states that these people are supposed to leave our region. But we have not seen any strong frameworks and guidelines to compensate those who could have acquired this land legally. And we have not seen any kind of frameworks given to those, the Northerners whose farms could have been trespassed by the Balalus. So if at all there are frameworks and guidelines, these problems are going to be resolved. So as a House today, I urge us to come up with strong resolutions that shall not be tribalistic, that shall be lawful and constitutional, because we as Ugandans, we are one. Thank you very much.
Point of information granted. Honorable Amy.
Right Honorable Speaker and the House at large, I would like to put out a point of information that we are talking about Balalo, but the move of the motion has not made it clear what exactly is Balalo. We are Acholis. We cannot assume that everyone knows what Balalo is. And if so, it would be prudent for the mover of the motion to at least make a preamble. What exactly is the Balalo that we are talking about? So that even for purposes of record, we are clear on what we are discussing today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Amy, for that point of information. Honorable Sarah, please clarify.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I was trying to hit on the key highlights of our discussion because of time, but since you have asked, sir, well, the Balalo are citizens of Uganda. They are citizens of Uganda. We don't want to formulate any kind of accusations. They are believed to have come from Rwanda, well, as many news speculate. But as of now, from my research, they are believed to be citizens of Uganda, because this is what my perception is. Because if they were not citizens of Uganda, they wouldn't have been tolerated. The president would not have given an executive order stating that they should exit northern Uganda and go to wherever they have come from, only the animals. He said, take your animals away, but you as individuals could remain. So that's what I believe. But if there are other information, we are here for an open discussion. Thank you.
Point of order granted.
Is it in order for this House to even set the pace for discussions which are based on speculations? Is it in order, the Speaker? Because it looks like the move of the motion is not aware of the actual topic that we are here to even discuss.
Point of procedure. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I think it is not procedurally right for honorable members to be interrupting the mover of the motion. Why do I say this? They can either stand up to object the motion Or if they have any submission, they can give it after the secondment of the motion. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable Otim. Honorable Sarah, you may proceed. But please
Thank you,
keep your
Right Honourable
submissions
Speaker.
short.
So, in a nutshell,
please proceed.
Okay. In a nutshell, honorable colleagues, in a nutshell, we as a house, we are here to debate based on the law, constitution. So I kindly request us as we resolve this motion, let's leave tribal issues, let's leave aside emotions, and let's focus on what is on the ground, and let's focus on the constitution as well. Thank you very much. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much. The next speaker who is coming, please, I encourage us to speak basing on facts. An example. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. My name is Honorable Mwaka Stephen. Madam Speaker and the House at large, the issue I want to raise is, on the motion moved by Honorable Adong Sarah, is, even after chasing away the Balalo following the presidential orders, these people are still everywhere. I am speaking from an informed point of view. They are the people who claim they are the government of Uganda. Which clearly translates that Gana Yeludir Wigini. In relation to Article 237 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, which states that land belongs to the citizens of Uganda, and Article 26 protects the right to own property either individually or in association with others. Additionally, citizens of Uganda hold land under 4 land tenure systems, categorized as private Milo land, freehold titles, leasehold, and customary. This alone qualifies Acholis as the legal landowners of the land in northern Uganda. Madam Speaker, this is a very sensitive issue that needs immediate government intervention. Otherwise, Acholis as a tribe is on the verge of going extinct. My only worry is now that, do you have the capacity to resist it should the government take that direction of amending the Constitution in favor of the Balalos, considering the records of our parliament, where they can even amend the Bible? You all witnessed with the recent UPDF Act. I guess I'm clear there. For that matter, I call upon all the youths of Acholi sub-region at large to stand up and rise up, and we chase these people away from our land. I also call upon other regions to rise up and we fight this.
For according me this opportunity to debate on this very contentious matter. This very contentious matter. This motion that threatens our very existence and puts the future of who are not a tribe. Who are not a tribe. If you go back to the 1995 meeting chaired by Dr. Lara Tunu, and His Excellency Nyerere was in attendance, where they were resolving conflict between Rwanda and Congo, the issue of some aspects of Balalo and Banyamulenge appeared. That was 1995. The issue was between Congo and Rwanda. If Balalos are Ugandans, how did they come to appear in that meeting, which was between Rwanda and Congo? By this, I assert that Balalos are the economical disadvantage that the presence of Balalo puts the people of northern Uganda in. Acholis and northern Ugandans are a community of both cattle rearers and livestock rearers and crop farmers. And so, when the Balalos come and put large and buy large chunks of land and flock it with thousands of cattle, crop farmers are suffering.
Honorable, please use the microphone. Make use of the microphone. You are not being heard.
I'm using it. So I was saying the heavy influx of cattle in Acholi land puts the crop farmers at a risk. But also, I want to debunk further the intuition that the Acholis are tribalistic by saying the Northerners have hosted Dinka as refugees in northern Uganda for over 2 decades. If we were tribalistic, how then did we not chase away the Dinka? They have been staying with us here for over 2 decades. In my neighborhood, I have Dinkas who have been born, raised, they're now studying at the university in Acholi land. Is that tribalism? That is not tribalism. Secondly, each region has its geography, economics, people, capital that is situated to the culture of those people, which brings in the aspect of comparative advantage. The fertile land in Acholi rhymes with the culture of Acholi, how the people of Acholi are raised, how they treat land, how they use land. Is it important? Is it proper for a people to leave their land, which was designed to fit their culture, to come and invoke their presence, impose themselves on lands that are made to be used in a separate way? Right now, the presence of Balalo is putting our economy as the Acholi people at risk. I have seen in the social media and on news, people are saying that when Balalo go, we shall not have milk. Were we not taking milk before Balalo? Shall we not continue to take milk after Balalo? I urge this house to add onto my voice that at the end of the day, be it rain, be it sunshine, must go. I rest my case. Thank you so much.
That was interesting. Thank you so much, Honorable Fred. Please come. What's his name? Honorable Labeja, please take your.
Madam Speaker and members of Augusta House, I would like to mention authoritatively to the precurrent speaker, that is Honorable Sarah, that there are 56 tribes in Uganda and Balalo is none of them. So Balalo is not a tribe in Uganda. I'm Honorable Labeja Henry. Madam Speaker, let me start in a preamble telling you what the Balalos and the relationship between the people of Acholi and the Balalos. The Balalos are into two. They are what is called the nomadic pastoralists, these ones who are moving with cattle, and then we have economic extremists, the generals, people who claim they're in power and they're holding key positions in government. The one backing up these ones who are the nomadic pastoralists. The relationship between the Acholis and the Balalos started way back in the 1960s. You find the middle class Acholis were having these people in their homes, and they were called Oporo because they were brown in color. So they were compared to this fruit called Ocheu. So that is how it came. They were staying in a very good relationship. They were looking after our cattle because we used to have cattle. Our cattle were taken during the 1996 wars, which gave NRA or NRM power. That is why we are saying they should bring back our cattle through what is called actually war death claimers. They took our cattle and they're coming with their cattle to occupy our vacant lands, which used to what? To have our cattle. So the main issue, the main problem with Balalo, one is identity crisis. You cannot go to Barara or Bushenyi and buy 10 square miles of land. You want us to become extinct. That is one. Two, these people that are eating our crops. Someone grazes cows on your millet garden and say, hey, I didn't know it was just grass. Really? is millet grass. So, confidently, the House at large and the speakers here, we say Balalo must go. They must leave Northern Uganda. Even our leaders are not doing enough. We are only hearing two vocal names, that is Honorable Gilbert and Honorable Odongoto, shouting and telling the truth. Others are quiet. Where are they? I was ashamed the other time when we were listening to NRM join parliament. A member of parliament, unashamed, came and said, for us in NRM, they tell us what to say, so we cannot represent the will of the people. Why are you there in parliament? Just come back home. And surprisingly, this is a member of parliament whose district is serving. Even the LC, there are some LC ones who are Balalos in this district. Why are you still voting people from such areas into parliament? The people of Achua, are you hearing me? Why are you voting him back to parliament? If he cannot present your voice, he waits for what is spoken at the caucus, then he comes to parliament. So I'm being restrained for using other tough words. So thank you for now. I'll come back when the opportunity arises. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Before we proceed, Honorable Members of Parliament, kindly, if you are coming in front to debate, do us a favor by mentioning your name and a district that you are representing before debate. Thank you. The lady behind, Honorable, Mrs. Honorable.
The Speaker, honorable members in the House, I salute you all. My name is Honorable Apio Gilda Liberty. I come from Pade District. Basically on the issues of Balalo crisis vis-a-vis land tenure rights and identity politics, I personally, let me say, the issue of Balalo crisis in northern Uganda highlights that relationship that exists between the host community, which is the Acholi people or the people of northern Uganda, and the Balalo. Personally, I see the issue of Balalo as an insult to the people of Acholi land, because basically the Acholi people were also a nomadic community that once owned cattle, and their cattle were taken away and with hope of being returned through the Acholi War death claimants. And up to date, the cattle were not returned, or actually, the government of Uganda implemented the Acholi War death claimant, but implemented the refunding of the restocking of cattle in Acholi land through the Acholi War death claimants, of which it is not being effectively distributed. I can say the government of Uganda has not yet done that thing in most of the areas in Acholi land, and we see it as an insult. And then the Balalos are being allowed to stay and live in the land of the Acholi, and we look at it as something which is meaningless, because before we address the issues of the Balalos, we have to know the problems that are being caused by the Balalos in northern Uganda and the problems that affect the people of northern Uganda. First of all, we address the problems that is affecting the people of northern Uganda. We have the problem to do with lack of good education in northern Uganda, health problem, leaving the people at total poverty. Imagine someone selling 100 acres of land to the Balalos, and then that person is no longer having a single acre of land or just 1 or 2 acres of land to cultivate. And then the animals that are being restocked in ISOA areas again move to eat those crops that the person has planted into the land, like into the remaining plot that he is having. How do you see it? How do you look at it? Are we going to sit as people of northern Uganda and see the Balalos with their animals destroying the crops that are meant for the livelihood of the people in northern Uganda? Are we going to see these Balalos seizing land and harassing the people of northern Uganda? Because the Balalos that are here in northern Uganda are alleged to be traumatizing people. Let me say,
They are arrogant. They are harsh to the people in our community. Are we going to sit as the youth of Northern Uganda, seeing these people disturbs our people and disorganize them? Like, let us go back at the issue of Northern Uganda. Northern Uganda experienced war that destroyed the community totally for a period of, let me say, more than 20 years, and we have experienced the trauma. We are still undergoing the post-traumatic stress disorder from the LRA war. And then these balalos are coming with a lot of problems, yet we are still restructuring Northern Uganda. The youth in Northern Uganda are still getting ways. That means the people of Northern Uganda are still adjusting to the problems that they have faced during their lives in the IDP camp, of which we have land wrangles, or we have problem of land in Northern Uganda still. And the land in Northern Uganda are not the land that are fully registered. And then this Balalos comes in Northern Uganda and tells us that they have used official and legal measures to acquire land in Northern Uganda, when the rightful owners of the land in Northern Uganda don't even have the certificate for their land. I personally may assume that they have acquired those legal rights or the procedures from elsewhere, because the exact people who own the land in Northern Uganda don't even have the official and legal documents for the lands that they are having. So I personally look at the issues of Balalo as something that is being greatly being ignored and pushed forward by the leaders that we have pushed them in the bigger offices, like our parliamentarians. Most of them are silent on these issues of Balalo. We look at the areas that have been crowded or are being crowded by the Balalos in Northern Uganda, the areas of Lamogi, Inamura, and Pabo. We look at the areas of Angagura, Awere in Pade. Look at the areas of Muchwini and Okidi, Tumangu in Kidgum, and basically some bit of Lirakato in Agago. The people that resides in that area, I personally comes from a village which is fully crowded by the Balalos, and are using our leaders. And I remember one of them approached the Giso in our areas, claiming that he can give him money so that he can silence the people from chasing them away. These leaders, having been bribed by the Balalos, they tend to keep quiet. They tend not to raise the voices of the people in the community. So a great threat I see as leaders that are supposed to advocate for the rights and the well-being of people in their areas, they are the very people who are silent about it. Another thing is environmental effect. These Balalos, they have overcrowded.
Honorable Childa, please wind up your submissions.
You see that someone who has bought just an acre of land, overcrowding the place with thousands of cattle and destroying the land due to overgrazing. I personally beg to rest here or to end here, but I still insist and advocate that the Balalos must leave Northern Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Gilda. Yes, please. You may take the lead.
Madam Speaker, may I seek the members' resolution whether I can stand behind or in front? Am I visible? That is my height, and I thank God for that. We are on a very important issues of Balalo. I rise up to speak about it because it affects us in our region here and in Northern Uganda. Balalo is not only in Acholi land, it starts from Lango up to West Nile. And they could be in other parts of the country as well. I agree with the definitions of Balalo, as other members have said so, that Balalo is not a tribe. Balalo is a group of pastoralists that move from one place to another place looking for pastures and water for their animals. And so they have also seen the potential in Acholi land, and so because of that, they've come to be in Acholi land to graze their animals, which I believe we all understand about that. But I want to draw your attention to the resolutions of what we call the Constituent Assembly that happened when I was not yet born. The CA resolutions about customary land ownership, that was what the Acholis chose that day. That land ownership in Acholi sub-region will be customary Okay? You know what customary land ownership means? That all members in the generations have ownership to that land. And the dead and the living have to be consulted, and those that are supposed to be in the future have to be consulted before any decision on that land is taken. That is what CA resolution resolve. And I thank God so much that no government, including the mighty NRM government, have chosen to amend such a resolution, just like they did for age limit, and it passed. So this still stands. Land in Achole is under customary land ownership. Now, what makes Balalo come and start owning land in Achole is a question mark. Who have they consulted? Land in Baganda is owned by the Kabara Kingdom. You don't buy land, you buy air for 49 years and it goes back to Baganda Kingdom. And so the constitution of the Acholi, of Uganda, also says that the land in Acholi belongs to the dead, the living, and those to come in the future. And so the Balalos are now occupying it, grazing their cattle and doing a lot of very many things. Acholi sub-region has hosted so many people, including the Indians, the Dinkas they've talked about, and so on. We have so many Indians in town here, the Chinese and so many other people. Have we one day rise to chase them away from here? We have not, isn't it? So, even in our communities and in our homes, if you are a bit of a destitute or somebody who looks like a witch, people can rise up against you and chase you away. Balalo are being looked at as bad people because, one, they do graze their animals on people's garden and crops. That is why people are now fed up with them. Number two, they have also increased land conflict because people are now conflicting so that they sell Balalo land and get money. So land conflicts have increased. They have also increased defilement, impregnating our people in Palaro here and other places where they are in. They are causing sexually transmitted disease of international level. Yeah? Because the syphilis that used not to exist in Achole land is now being by the Balalos. So people are getting fed up with them, and they're saying, what kind of human beings are these? They have to go. So those, one of the grounds. Another one is they are trespassing in people's marriages. Our people are not having enough resources, and so Balalo may sell milk in Gulu town, and they sleep with people's wife. Balalo is also stealing people's animals, the cows. They steal your animals, they take to their farm, they fatten it, they sell in Kampala. You don't even test the soup. Balalos are intimidating our people. They are causing fears in our communities. And our people are worried whether this place is going to remain for Acholis or it is going to remain for the Balalos in future. We are not even sure what they're putting in the milk. It could be something that makes you not fertile and you may not produce more Acholis in future. And so they take over our land. So we are not so sure about the agenda of the Balalos. And so, as the youth of Achole, we stand on the ground that these people should first go. We are not so sure of what plan they have for our people. I stand with the presidential order, but this presidential order came late. It came because of all issues I've talked about. We saw what the current the Minister of State of Northern Uganda. They even blocked one of the roads in Amoro district. They fenced that land, the common good, okay, the road. They fenced the land, and for you to pass from there, you have to go through a road block, something that the president talked against. You have to go through a road block, probably sometimes even pay for it. These people can fence your home in their land, and they say, if we are not around, we will not open the gate. So that means you cannot pass if they are not around, okay? You should stay in the fence until they come back. So what kind of people are those? That is why we are saying Balalo must go, and the Acholis maintain whatever they're doing. The West Nilers maintain whatever they're doing in their land. And now people are fed up. I know the time is getting done, but issues of Balalo is really much. Since the land, we have also been traumatized. Our cattle have been taken. I don't know whether because we used to be strong and rich, and so they say if the Acholis remain with their cattle, ruling them will be difficult. That is what I sometimes think. So take away their cattle, and the cattle were taken. And it also happened that the cattle were taken. So the Cholis now look at these cattle that have come.
You may wind up your submission.
They look at these cattle as theirs, although has been maybe improved. They look at it as theirs. And so, if government doesn't take quick actions, to me, I think this youth can make a movement that can cause these balalos to go back, and we maintain our land, and also we now get our cattle free of charge because that of the government is taking long. Okay, so that is what I can submit as far as the balalo eviction from northern Uganda is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Christopher. Due to time factor, I may just consider only one last speaker before we close the motion, and that is, yes, please, gender balance.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and my fellow members, honorable members. My name is Gloria Lamara, a very concerned youth and an activist. When it came to the issues of the balalo, I felt so concerned. Why? Because most of the people were taking this so emotive, and yet this is an issue that we have to discuss diversely. Now, when it comes to the issue of the balalo, we have three major concerns. That is the land rights, identity, and governance. And I'm going to break this down. But before we break it down, when it comes to the land rights, we have the Land Act. We have lawyers in the House, right? According to the Constitution of Uganda, you go down and read the Land Act. That is Article 237. It recognizes 4 land tenure systems, and that is homework to all of us. But the question has been, balalo, who are these balalo people? The balalo, as they said, is not a tribe. We have very many people that you could refer to as balalo, even amidst us here. But not to take things too personal, I must say this conflict is a serious issue. And, sorry, I prepared something, so the balalo crisis refers to a long-standing land conflict in Uganda, particularly in the northern regions. We don't want to ignore the fact that the eastern region also has balalo. But I, for one, am an aspirant in Kitgum. But there is this issue that I have invested much of my interest and love in understanding how these people came about. But the people in Kitgum town will tell you that when these people came, we didn't have money for business. That is now up to my understanding of who I have become right now. Because if I speak of the 1960s, I wasn't there. But right now, all I know is that my aunties say these people came, they gave us money for business. Most of them are money lenders. They gave us money for business. We did the business. If you cannot give back the money, they take your land. And that is how your land goes. So, as an illiterate, I must believe that most people are illiterate in the process of getting the loan and acquiring, giving them the land, okay? That Land Act, okay, can help the illiterate people of northern Uganda or wherever people are facing this kind of challenge. So, it is not upon the government this time. We are looking for a resolution right here. And we cannot just put everything onto the government. Okay, the president should do this. The president has already done this. So what are we doing as people? We have lawyers amidst us. Why can't you go and stand for these people? They are illiterate, and they have the right to get back their land by law. That is if you follow the procedure.
Point.
So thank you very much, the current speaker. I would like to add on to that there's another law, I think the lawyers in the House would agree with me, called the Literacy Protection Act. Because these people go into the community, they say, they write in their papers that they have given you hectares, and then in their negotiation they say hectares, and they go and they measure in hectares without translating the agreement into actually the language which our people understand best. It means the agreement is null and void. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. You may proceed, Mr.
Yeah, that was a counter argument, and it is very applicable and very valid because we are here to learn and we are here to know. So I must say, addressing arguments for this motion, the government should address the historical marginalization and exclusion of certain groups from land ownership and decision-making processes. That is under land. Ensuring secure land tenure rights can promote stability. And that is what we need to educate the people out there, the people in our communities as leaders. People don't know this. But go down to the communities in your local languages and teach these people, sensitize them, talk to them in the language they understand best. Trust me, it is going to bring out a change. Other than just shouting, they must go. Yes, they must go, they will go. At the end of the day, they will go. With all this force that we have and the belief and the power that we have as young people, they will go. But what have you done? There is a difference between curing a disease and preventing a disease. What are we doing in this sitting? Are we getting a resolution or we are trying to prevent something? I call upon everyone to come and cure a disease. Is the disease the balalo?
Mrs. Honorable, please wind up your submission.
Okay. I think I won't take much of your time. A lot to say. But as I said, I wasn't really prepared for this. So I'd like to submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much once again. Yes, Honorable Brenda, please. Brenda, I encourage you to be brief. Mrs. Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To start with, the issues of Balalo crisis and land tenure rights, I want to categorically mention that under Article 237 of the Constitution, freehold, leasehold, and Milo. Why we're talking about the customary right now, it's because it is supposed to be governed by local customs and our traditions. I also would like to talk about Northern Uganda that is already faced by APA issues, LRA, Karamojongo war raiders, Balalu issues again. Honorable members and the Speaker, who are the Balalos? We tried to identify who they were, and I'm here to talk about key issues that address our concerns, that our land ownership disputes are acquired. They're acquired by the Balalu, and they did in a very large chunks of land, which are often acquired through illegal procedures or means. These people, the Balalus, I would say, they came to Northern Uganda, and Northern Uganda is predominantly dominated by a customary land tenure system, which is not formally recognized or protected, and this leads to land disputes amongst us. We have seen in Amuru and Nwoya at large. Now, we are here to talk about eviction of cattle keepers, and I'm also here to mention proposed solutions to address this issue. One, the advocates in the House will say that we are supposed to actually cancel illegal land titles acquired by these cattle keepers, especially those who did through illegal procedures and means. We know that customary land tenures, for you to convert it into the leasehold or freehold, you must sit down your family members and have a resolution for that. If that was not the case, these titles must be cancelled. I'm here to also say that we need to verify this identity of these Balalus on a case-by-case basis. Why are they, did they actually come to address what brought them, or who are they? We need to know on a case-by-case basis, and we are going to actually know who the Balalus are. a speaker once said that the Balalus are not a tribe. So if they're not a tribe and the Ugandan constitution states that Uganda is only supposed to be, the land in Uganda is supposed to be acquired by the citizens. So who are these people? I also would like to say that, and categorically mention that, we need to amend the Land Act to remove the conversion of the customary land tenure into the freehold, because people are actually misusing this. I'm glad to say that the section 9 of the Land Act states that there should be conversion of customary land tenure system into the freehold, but if our people, the local community, are still not, they're still not trained to know the procedures involved in all this, then we are actually misusing this, and the laws are supposed to protect us, and I hereby state that we need to amend the act to favor the local people. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Honorable members, due to time, the debate. No. Honorable members, like I said, due to time, the debate on motion has been closed. Therefore, I call upon those in favor of the motion to say aye, and those not in favor of the motion to say nay. 3, let's go. I find the ayes have it. So, honorable members, the motion is clearly carried. Allow me to call upon Honorable Sarah to please come and say her prayers. Honorable Sarah. The mover of the motion. Procedure granted.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on a point of procedure that if a motion has already been voted by the members, it is not procedurally right for it to be again prayed for. That means it will take the
motion for a resolution. Motion for a resolution of the Youth Parliament urging government to address barriers that bar the youth from inclusive and democratic political participation. This motion will be moved by Honorable Tumusavedan, and then Honorable Lakija Oliver and Honorable Akena Moses will second the motion.
Thank you so much. I call upon the mover of the motion to please come and move your motion.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members in the House, I salute you all. My name is Tumsabedan from Gulu University, serving as the 24th Guild Speaker, Gulu University. I'm here to move a motion, motion number 2 on our order paper, that this House should resolve on matters that bar or address, that this House should resolve on matters that bar youth representation and democratic political participation in Uganda. It is provided for in our order paper, which reads that motion for a resolution of the Youth Parliament calling upon the government to urgently address barriers that bar the youth from inclusive and democratic participation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Tumusabe. Can we have the seconder of the motion? Objection granted. Can we have the seconder of the motion?
Madam Speaker and honorable members in the House, I am Lakisa Oliver, one of the GRCs from Gulu University. I'm from Noya District. I, Lakisa Oliver, second the 7.2 item on the order of paper. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Lakisa. Honorable Tumusabe, please come and justify your motion.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. This motion brought to us as the Northern Youth Parliament. It's not just a motion to debate on, but it is a call for action. Why? Youth representation and involvement in political aspects of the country is still an illusion. Why am I saying this? If we are to look into the matter, for example, taking the representation of the youth at the national level, if we are to assess the percentage youth representation at national parliament is almost 0.89, which can be rounded off to 1%. Imagine the population of Uganda being composed of more youths at 70–80%. This is provided for by the National Bureau of Statistics that clearly states that Uganda is one of the youngest populations in the world, with more of its population being below 30 years. That makes them youths. So, when we are not represented fully in the national parliament, meaning the democratic representation of the youth is still lacking. Also looking into the matter, taking the statistics of our parliament, where we are supposed to be represented, we can find out that 3.8% of the members of parliament are below the age of 30. And are we really getting represented? That question remains to us. Then, 24.3% are below 40 years of age, and 48 are below 45 years of age. So, now, it is always alleged that there is youth empowerment. Youth need to be represented. Youth need to be participants of the national politics. But can we really operate on such a system that is meant to bring us down, that is leaving us out? So, if we don't come up to address these matters, the barriers that bar us behind to be fully represented, we end up being illusional in the system, whereby everyone claims that youths are being empowered, but yet we are not being empowered. And if the empowerment is there, its impact is still minimal. So, looking at some of the barriers, we have barriers that are, if I'm to classify them, some are social, economic in nature. Why? If we are to look at the financial status of the politics in Uganda, politics has been monetized. Even the Electoral Commission is using its position to get some money. For instance, for you to stand as a member of parliament in Uganda, you need a nomination fee of 3 million. Basing on that, how many youths are unemployed in the country? If we are to analyze, basing on statistics, we can find out that 16% of the youths within the age bracket of 30 and between 18 and 30 years are unemployed. And the current status that gives us the unemployment status of the country, when we are to look at the youths, it has actually increased by 0.2%. What does it mean? When politics is being monetized, we lack space for us to be represented. How many of us can raise 3 million for nomination? And if we are to look at accessibility of what we are entitled to, one, the empowerment funds that are allocated, they don't reach, and yet we are supposed to access them. Capacity building for the youth, it doesn't exist. They claim that we are empowering, we are advocating for inclusivity of the youth in the system, but yet it is not actually what is being implemented. And again, if we are to weigh the youth representation in the local government structure, looking at the local government structure, which bars youths not to contest as chairpersons at district level, either at municipal or sub-county level. For instance, you need to have 35 years and above for you to contest, and a maximum of 75. But imagine for you to contest as a president, as a president of the country, you need 18 years and above. So does it make sense? Which one is more hectic? For you to contest as a president or as a chairperson? Meaning there is something that is not rhyming in the system that we need to address as youths. Can you really go and run as a president before you are nurtured at district, and yet at district you are being bounded to a certain age limit? Meaning if this house is to find solutions for the youths, we must agree that there are some things that must be amended in the system. Another thing is...
Honorable Tumusabe, you may wind up your justification.
Okay, thank you. Another thing is the legal and institutional gaps. One, we claim to be in a democratic era whereby everyone is supposed to be represented and the Constitution provides for it under Article 32 and 71. Yes, we have the National Youth Council, but to what extent can we ascertain its level of achievements? How best has the country gone beyond to implement its opinions and embed them in the national system? Then lastly, if we are to look at the political barriers, one, we have suppression of voices. When it comes to these times we are in politics, you find that internet being blocked because someone is in power and he wants what is the best for him, it is what he thinks is right. Internet is blocked and youth cannot express their powers. That mounts to what we call digital suffocation of democracy. So we are also looking at culture. We have stereotypes that bound, more especially the other gender, the women. They are being bound behind because some cultures think that ladies cannot do it. Is it true? But at certain point we need to do what to come out.
Honorable Somosabe, your time is up.
Okay, thank you so much. So as I'm winding up, this house must stand and decide, and we agree on this move that things must change for the youths to be fully embedded in the government system, and we have voices in policies and budgeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Tumusabe. The motion is now open for a rebate. I hereby call upon granted.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. On this particular motion, we have 2 seconders to the motion. Madam Speaker, I think it is procedurally right for always the mover of the motion to read the motion and give justifications before any secondment. With this Honorable Speaker, I think it would be procedurally right to allow the Honorable Akena Moses to first second the motion before you take the House into the discussion. I humbly submit.
Thank you so much for that point of procedure. Honorable Akena, please, wherever you are.
Thank you, Madam Honorable Speaker. I, Akena Moses, hereby second motion 7.2. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Akena. Ladies and gentlemen, please, whenever I call you here to second, if we have 2 seconders, kindly, if you know that you are the second seconder, do not wait until I call you. Just be ready to second as soon as the first one seconded. Thank you. At this point, allow me to invite Honorable Owachkiu Emi to come and debate.
Right Honorable Speaker and the House at large, I greet you all. In pursuant to the motion on table, I have a very brief submission that I beg to pass across. First and foremost, as the leaders of tomorrow and the leaders of today, we ought to be intentionally and into leadership. We have been deliberately nurtured into leadership. So if we want the young people who are coming after us to also be confident leaders, we need to deliberately mentor them. I thank so much the Democratic Party, which is my roots. We used to have a program for politicians in Africa, Piper. We used to have programs like the DP Youth Wing, which was Uganda Young Democrats. These were intentional wings to nurture leaders into better politicians in the future. And I think if other political parties could also take this up, or even the government, put a national program that can deliberately incubate young leaders, it would be so helpful. Secondly, the leaders of today, who are the young people, are facing challenges of nomination. You find that nomination fees are very, very high. Imagine a young person who is still in the university, struggling to get a bachelor's degree, for example, or a diploma, for example, is subjected to first getting 3 million shillings to nominate just in a party primary, which is even not yet the main election. Then in the main election, such a person is expected to pull 3 more million, which is a total of 6 million, which just goes with one piece of paper like this. Is it really fair? I think it is not fair. So I would propose that the government should scrap off nomination fees for all elective positions that have young people, so that the young people can actively participate in elective politics. As I summarize, the government should also give more slots for youth members of parliament. How fair is it for a small section of workers in this country called Uganda People's Defense Forces to have 10 members of parliament, but you find that 78% of the population, which by now I'm sure we have already reached 80% of the population, but we have only one member representing a whole northern region, for example, one member for central, one member for western. Can the government deliberately create more slots parliament? At least we have 4 for northern Uganda, each representing a particular sub-region. Like for Acholi we have 1, Karamoja 1, West Nile 1, Lango 1. If we do this, the one who was born and bred in Acholi can ably articulate issues of Acholi young people. The one who is born and bred in Karamoja can articulate the issues of Karamojong's youth better than the ones who is coming from West Nile. So if these considerations are put into place, we will find that participation of the youth in politics is no longer a mystery, but it is a reality. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Owachkio Emi. Yes, you're welcome. No, I mean the lady, this Honorable. Yes, there's a lady.
The protocol remains observed. Members in the House. You see, most times when we bring issues of the government addressing issues affecting the citizens, what most people think or have in their mind
Honorable
is that...
member, please, you forgot to introduce yourself.
I beg your pardon. My name is Atimango Keti Tracy. I'm from Gulu University. So I was saying that most times when we look at issues, or when we bring issues on the table about the government addressing issues affecting its citizens, the citizens have a very bad mindset. They look at the government as some supernatural being or as some superficial being that will come to solve their issues, forgetting the fact that they are the government themselves. Now, if you are the government yourselves, you are supposed to look at yourselves and then analyze the issues that you have. At the end of the day, you come up with those very solutions that you look for, or you think the other supernatural government will come and solve your issues. Now, I would love to emphasize the issue of mindset so much. We are advocating for the youth so that they actively participate in politics. But are the youth willing? A very big question. What is their mindset? They have a mindset that, okay, when it comes to issues of politics, it is for the Kidegas and the Tumusabes. They have their specific people that they always look at. So, if we want this to be solved, the youth should first change their mindset. Now, issues of mindset, we don't only stop at looking at the youth. Culturally, the elders have a very bad mindset that when it comes to politics, the youth are very young people. They can't analyze these issues. We should send someone of 40 or someone of this age to go and represent the people. That is a very bad thing. And then also, we shouldn't forget.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me opportunity again. I would also like to add my view on the issue of mindset, because we say we are 78%, and in democracies, majority over the minority. The group which is governing us is only 0.2%, if you are to consider the age of the president. 80+ is 0.2%, and for us we are 78, but we keep voting them. Who are the people who are propelling Moses Ali in West Adjumani? Aren't they the young people? Who are the people who are propagating violence in Sembabule? Aren't they the young people? So it is high time we rise up and we say, no, we are not going to vote these older people anymore. We are going to vote the young people. Nevertheless, if I am to speak in paradox, we have also been made deliberately vulnerable. Percent PDM is for the youth. How many have benefited from here? None. There's Youth Capital Venture Fund. Have you ever seen any? Youth Fund. Have you ever seen any? So we have been relegated purposely to the periphery so that we become beggars and puppets. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that point of information.
Thank you very much. I would love to supplement that when it comes to issues of politics also, there are some youth who look at politics as if it's their career. Year and time again, you keep seeing the same faces. We are talking about inclusivity. Now, I'm not going to pinpoint anyone.
Honorable Tracy, please wind up your submission.
Okay, as I conclude, I'm not going to pinpoint anyone or blame anyone, but in this setting, majority of the people, I understand they come from Gulu. And the Lao people are supposed to be in this sitting, but went to, okay, according to my analysis, as if there is only one person from Lira. So there are some people who act like they own the politics of Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Tracy. Kindly allow me to invite Honorable Chris. Order in the house.
Thank you very much. My name is Omoin Chris. I'm from Alero Sub-County, Nwaya District. Ladies and gentlemen, the issues that we are having at hand, I've cited one of its greater challenges that we see. We have politicians, army generals, who are in the top government offices. They tend to have their candidates who are young people that they always love to send time and again. Take a case scenario in Gulu City, and I don't want to mention, somebody of 40 years, they're still sending the person to go for the youth election. Imagine that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Yes? I don't know his name. Okay, I will. Please introduce yourself to us before you proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, the clerks, and my colleagues, the parliamentarians. Madam Speaker, allow me congratulate my friend, Akio. You know, the disability model group, all of us, the short people, as disabled, because we are not able to hang clothes up. So you need to borrow. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm only giving one critical point. And what we are talking about currently, or on the order paper, is our most important area, Madam Speaker. Yes. I am Waga Samuel Becker. I come from Gulu. I stood in Patero when I was 24 years in 2021, just from the university, not even completed. And I won a race that encompassed 5 people, whole people. My point here is on Constitution. The Constitution gazette the youth as special interest group. Special interest group in this regard would mean youth should elect themselves. Witnessing the NRM structure election and the National Youth Council election and other youth elections, the elections are highly compromised by not even the youth themselves, but people who are ill-gotten. In the recent NRM Youth League election, you'll see youth lining behind a drunkard fellow youth who has been sponsored by someone. I want to make this plea to government to de-gazette the young people from electoral college to a direct entry election, such that the adults who see that vibrant youth should be elected also participate, so that the women who mind about their children who are able also do the election, so that vibrant youth who see that our vibrant fellows should be elected are the one participating in election, than allowing only 5 in the structure who are already drunk to elect someone who is also drunk. This is our key problem. The problem of our country is not the kind of youth we elect, is not the resources we have, but the quality of youth leaders. We present them at different platforms to negotiate on our own behalf. This is my only plea to government in this very particular regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes, my brother behind the corner.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and distinguished honorable members of this House. My name is Komakech Isaac, and I come from Gulu. I'm also proud to be representing the Democratic Party, from which I have grown into policy dialogue and shaping views. Madam Speaker, foremost, youth advocacy efforts are largely funded on donor initiatives. This has been going on for a long time. Therefore, I come to urge that through initiatives like this regional youth parliament, the issues of the youth can be taken up through constructive engagement, both with civil society but also government. It is very important that the issues that affect the youth in this country is taken up and owned by government, which should be the lead funding agency and advocate. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I want to talk about the representation of the youth at the local government structure. Much as there are representations at the district and sub-county, the percentage of the youth is still wanting, especially when you look at sub-county, district, and even the parish executive committee. How many youths do we have?
Honorable
And
Isaac, please
considering
make use of the microphone.
Yes, considering gender and also the representation of the youth, I think there's still much to do at the parish and sub-county and even the service commission. Madam Speaker, lastly is about socio-economic programs. There are a number of them, PDM inclusive. But most of these programs, really, we get to hear them most of the time. We hear that such programs like Yoga, UWeb, and others are already there. But what surprises me is how they really come up with these programs without knowing the real needs of the youth. So I hope that this House can also agree that government has to do much consultation, especially for programs that are crafted for the youth and is meant to benefit them. The youth need to have a say in how the program should be done. And mostly these programs are usually brought on board with the same structure and the same
Honorable Isaac, please wind up your submission.
What I'm trying to say here is we have regional differences. What a youth in northern Uganda hope for or go through cannot really be the same with the youth in central or southern. So there's really need for consultation when it comes to program implementation and design. I beg to submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Isaac. Allow me to invite the second last speaker, Honorable Flavia Pilaya. You're most welcome. Granted.
Madam Speaker, is it in order for a honorable member to be the one to appoint who to speak, or it is the role of the speaker?
Thank you so much for that point of order. It is not allowed. So at this point, allow me to invite Oliver. Please, you're most welcome.
Madam Speaker, thank you. And the different people in the panel. I want to submit something very small on today's motion. First of all, I think the House should agree with me that there is basically nothing like inclusivity in the leadership of the youth. Why am I saying that there is no inclusivity? One, when you look at inclusivity, it's basically a sense of belonging, something that should accommodate. But the leadership of the youth, it's more of that the people with background that is, I would say people with faulty backgrounds are not included. That is one of the things that I see like the government should first of all look at. Because we are having people who are fighting out so loudly, they want to fight for the interest of the fellow youth, but the money is not there. Which it's one of the things that the government should really look at. Secondly, we're talking about the mentorship, that everyone is fighting so hard to have a mentor. But are you sure that in 5 years' time, your mentor is going to give you an opportunity to go and lead? This is the biggest problem that the government, I think, should really look at. Our mentors are becoming so greedy. They mentor us, they teach you how to talk very well, but in the end of the day, you're not being empowered to go in and serve the people. I know it very well. My brother Omoin talked about it. I'm from Noya district. I know the leadership of Noya district. I don't want to enter deep into it. But I want to tell you that it's not so easy to penetrate the leadership of the youth. Me as a youth, I'm going to fail to be I would say a good youth. Why I've not served. I had the interest. I have the empowerment. I believe I can do something. But the system, it's so stiff. You can't have access into the system. So I think the government should really revise on the mentorship that we are getting from our mentors as well. Though we are standing out loudly that we need to empower ourselves, or we want to at least have something for the youth, but the mentorship, it's not becoming productive. The people mentoring us are being so greedy on what? On us. So when I look at the other part of the thing is, I think when you look at the leadership right now, it's more of a political ideology. If you're not in certain parties, by all means, you're what? You're knocked out. These are things that really hurt us, the youth, a lot, especially people who have visions for the youth. We're working so hard that we serve the people. Sometimes it brings to me a mindset that maybe there's no need of a political party, because we're having people that would, sorry to use this word, but I would say that the big fish in the government, and it's more of trying to block us. The political ideology on the people, it's too much. We're having people who are capable, but if you're not in a specific party and you're not in the lineup, my dear, I'm a contestant at home. I know what it means by an experience at home. If you are not in the lineup, by all means, you're drafted out. So I think they need to revise on exactly what, before you put a lineup, get to know exactly, is this person able? If the person is able, please, let's give them opportunity. The government shouldn't be taking sides, especially the big fish out. They shouldn't be taking sides on the leaders they want. Let the people constitutionally participate in the elections and give the right to the right people.
Honorable
That is
Oliver,
me. Thank you.
You may need to wind up. Thank you so much, Honorable Oliver. Allow me to invite the last speaker for this motion, and that is, please, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. All protocols observed. I thank you so much. I have two issues. One, the time for election, you do it. For example, you participate well in election. That is it. That is finished. For example, if you are deaf, you have a problem of sign language interpreter during the time of campaign. And it's so hard to participate, so hard to get that opportunity, mostly for the deaf. Now, we are doing it well. We have an interpreter, and we are also included in the process. So we have a lot of challenge out there. I will concentrate on deaf because we as the disability fraternity, we also have our own weakness, like economically, and we also have a special need that all this reasonable accommodation to express our feelings, our ability. So they said, you are deaf, you so special, but we have creativity and ideas to bring in experience. So we need to serve, and we can see how we are doing it here. If we don't have that platform, there is no way that we can show. For example, when you see in the parliament, there is no interpreter. And here we are doing it, we have interpreter and we are participating. I thank you so much. So the government should take an initiative to do that. Thanks.
Thank you so much. May I invite back the speaker to please come and tell us his name and the district he's representing.
Sorry. My name, Nato Timothy. Where am I coming from? From Gulu City. Yeah. So please, we can even share issues on WhatsApp platform or Facebook. Yeah, I'm there. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Honorable Timothy. May I now call upon the motion mover to come and say their prayers?
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Timothy, please be brief.
Yeah. One of the things before I make my prayer that I would like this house to make a strong emphasis on is the issue of external influence in leadership structures, whereby sometimes we end up being led by the people we don't decide on. Why? Because they have money, they have the prestige in the district. We end up being led and misled at the end of it all. So here is my prayer. My prayer is that this house should resolve and urge the government to reinstate and expand youth representation at all levels. Secondly, subsidize and remove nomination fees for the youth aspirants. Thirdly, to also pass youth quotas at any level of leadership. We should not just be given tokens where we are the majority, but let us have quotas that really belong to us. Then another one is they should repeal of restrictive laws and policies. Why? You find that you are not allowed to stand and represent your youth at district level, but they expect you to contest for national or for the president. What does it mean? Then another thing is they should also provide campaign financing. What do I mean? Sometimes we find the government...
Closed. Those in favor, say aye. The motion has been carried. Let's move to item number 7.3 on the order paper.
This is our third motion. Motion for a resolution of the Youth Parliament calling upon the government to urgently address the gaps in Uganda's transitional justice process, which continues to hinder healing, community recovery, and sustainable peace in northern Uganda. The move of this motion will be Honorable Pilar Flavia and seconded by Honorable Tim Francis.
Thank you so much. I call upon Honorable Pilar Flavia to come and move this motion.
The Right Honorable Speaker and your constituents, dear parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Flavia Piloya, the 18th Guild Vice President of Gulu University. I come from Paicho Sub-County in Gulu District. I am here to move the third motion on the order paper, which reads, a motion for a resolution of the Youth Parliament calling upon the government to urgently address the gaps in Uganda's transitional justice process, which continues to hinder healing, community recovery, and sustainable peace in northern Uganda. Thank you.
Can we have the seconder of the motion? Honorable Otim Francis.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members. I am called Francis Otim. I'm from Gulu City, Badegelaibi Division, Kirombe Ward. I am up to second the motion moved by the Honorable Piloya Flavia for a resolution of the Youth Parliament calling upon the government to urgently address the gaps in Uganda's transitional justice process which continues to hinder healing, community recovery, and sustainable peace in northern Uganda. I beg to move.
Thank you so much, Honorable Tim Francis. I now call upon Honorable Pilar Flavia to come and give justification to the motion.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the chance to justify this motion and to bring to the House why we really need to put this motion into consideration. Before I proceed, I would like to enlighten the House that the gaps in Uganda's transitional justice process are basically the shortcomings and inadequacies in addressing past human rights violations and atrocities. This brings me to enlighten the House on the brief background of northern Uganda as one of the regions that faced the greatest turmoil in the history of this country. Before I proceed, I would first want to bring to the attention of the House that the current system is marred with insufficient truth-telling mechanisms, lack of accountability, inadequate reparations which hinder genuine reconciliation processes, and the ineffective representation of the victims in these proceedings. Now, why should we, as the Youth Parliament, move this motion for it to be considered in the House? As the youth and the young people of northern Uganda, we need to advocate for a more comprehensive and victim-centered approach, ultimately fostering healing and long-lasting peace in the region. I want to believe even people who do not stem from this very region believe that northern Uganda suffered a great turmoil for a period of about 20 years that was imposed on us by the Lord Resistance Army, and this was characterized by a lot of brutality. This brutality included rape, merciless killings that were also characterized by pounding of young children or babies. Their mothers were raped. Their fathers were physically tortured. As evident in the society, you see most of us from northern Uganda have maybe one ear, our upper or lower lip has an issue. It's not because we were born that way. All this was inflicted on us by the Lord Resistance Army. This very Lord Resistance Army caused in us a lot of trauma. I, for one, went to a school where we were only two Acholis, I and my brother, and we were constantly referred to as Vakonyi, just because we come from northern Uganda, which is really very sad, because how do I stand in a class where people are referring to me as Konyi? So we were isolated because people thought maybe we were going to cause war in these very schools. Now, this very Lord Resistance Army imposed on us a lot of psychological trauma, not only on the people who were abducted, but even on us, the people who lost their loved ones in this war. We were displaced. We were sent to IDP camps. On other days, we slept in bushes, not knowing what the next day would hold for us, just because of the Lord Resistance Army, which greatly caused a major setback in the region and destabilized the peace of this region at large. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me proceed to enlighten the House that the things that have also caused instability in this region, apart from the LRA war, we have, to me, I want to say northern Uganda is almost a pilot for all the atrocities, because when you look into the nodding syndrome disease, you realize that we have lost relatives. We live in communities where people cannot even express themselves, or someone just falls sick within a day and the next minute they are gone. So in this country, northern Uganda has really gone through a lot. And then when we move fast forward to the COVID period, Northern Uganda, again, is one of the regions that registered the highest number of child mothers. People dropped out of school, which was a general issue, but if you're to look closely, when COVID went, after the lockdown, most of our sisters did not go back to school. One, we were not able to afford
Honorable
because
Flavia,
our
you may need
fathers
to wind up.
lost their jobs. Madam Honorable Speaker, allow me enlighten the House on the gaps that are in the transitional justice process. One, we have lack of meaningful participation by affected communities in the design and implementation of transitional justice. Marginalized groups, especially women and children, may be excluded from proceedings that bring perpetrators to book. Victims receive inappropriate reparation, ability, justice, and healing in a bid to realize a sustainable peace for all. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable Pilaya. Honorable members of Parliament, the floor is open for debate. Yes, Honorable Erima.
Kashumba. He moves every day to Radio 4. But on Radio 4, he's doing a blind operation. So those are the people who are speaking to the youth. There's a lady called Full Figure. So how do you expect people such caliber to stand on national television and convince the youth to even back to this issue?
Kindly speak to the motion.
My issue handles both of them. That's why I'm doing it concurrently.
Kindly speak to the motion.
Because if you have these children of the ones in power, they come, they're going to protect the interests of those who stole land. Because majority of the people who are stealing land are their own establishment. So how do you expect the ones that have sent to fight this land that's supposed to go back to the right people? So we need, and lastly I'll talk about the army's involvement. We have had a lot of scenarios where they've put the army in issues of grabbing things. Even the cows that we are struggling with. So how do you expect the right people who believe in these things to get them back? I'm handling these two issues because the 4 pillars of transitional justice include truth. Are we telling the truth to these people? Who committed those crimes? You have had Joseph Kony himself saying, I'm not the one. So where is the right truth? Secondly,
Honorable member, I guide you to speak to the motion.
I'm speaking about the motion, Madam Speaker. Secondly, memorialization. We are supposed to build monuments such that people see and then remember, and we don't go back to that. Thirdly, reparation. Send back these things to the people. Send back the cows of the people. Send back things people lost. Send back everything that the people lost. But why are we not getting them back? Because the system is bad. When something is rotten from the head, it will always get spoiled. So for me, my point is the youth need to get into these issues. People need to run into this because it is you and I who are having these opinions here who are going to ensure that transitional justice is put in place. If we're going to have a judicial commission, if we're going to have the right judiciary, let's appoint that judiciary on merit. Those are the things I'm talking about. And then let the young people enter in. Let the acts that bar the right people from coming to these systems are handled. So for us to effectively handle transitional justice, we as the young people, we need to take off these spaces and push for these issues. First, let's acknowledge truth. Let's memorialize it. Let's reparate the things that belong to the people. Let's send them back. Then lastly, we need to tell our people never to ensure that these things happen again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Erima. Allow me to invite Lamono, Honorable Lamono. Please, you're welcome. Honorable members, kindly let's speak to the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. A very good afternoon to you all. I still remain Lamono Sharon Brenda from Omoro District, but I born of Awaj, Gulu district. I'm going to speak in favor of the motion. How can government address the
Honorable, Mrs. Honorable, kindly make use of your microphone.
Thank you. I'm going to speak in favor of the motion. How can the government urgently address the TJ gaps that we have right now? I think there is need to call for a national dialogue. Last year, we happened to have a national symposium on transitional justice, and I happened to be one of the panelists representing the youth from Northern Uganda. And I expected by now for a commission of TJ to be formed, because we also had the Minister of Justice, and he promised to work on that, but I'm so disappointed. Up to now, there is nothing. Uganda, first of all, was so fast to adopt the TJ policy after AU adopting it in January 2019, if my memory serves me right. And then Uganda was the first country in Africa to adopt it in June 2019. But why is it up to now we can't form a commission to address the TJ issues that we have in Northern Uganda? If we are to call for a national dialogue, I think we shall be able to address some of the issues that we're talking about today. Because every day that we talk about TJ, nothing is done. And you find in some instances we leave out the victims. You find policymakers are there, technocrats are there, they decide for them and actually leave the victims out of it. And then also another thing I would like to talk about is this is a challenge that we young people face, and I really call upon young people to work on it. That is lack of information and access to information when it comes to TJ processes. I saw when our Honorable Piloya Flavia came, there was a way people looked to be a bit uninformed about TJ. This is something that we all need to interest ourselves with if you come from Northern Uganda, because we still have so many wounds that are not yet healed up to now due to the atrocities that we went through. So you have to interest yourself with the TJ policy. Don't start with the one for Uganda. Start with the AU, because it is from AU, that's when we derived ours. And even in the AU TJ policy, we also have, we have a section talking about inclusion of young people. So we need not to keep quiet. We have to come together and push for this so that a commission is formed, and then we address the matter of transitional justice once and for all. I know it's not a one-day thing, but it's a gradual process. So it is us, the young people, full of energy to push for some of these policies or for some of these things to work out. Much as we don't have resources, yes, if we come together as young people and with a clear vision, with a clear goal, I believe we can be supported.
Honorable Sharon, please wind up your submission.
Thank you. I believe we can be supported if we come together. I was telling a colleague today that if we come together as like-minded individuals out of this parliament, we can actually be having this parliament over and over again, not waiting for it to come once a year. Because we have organizations out there and government entities that are also willing to help us, the young people. But the problem is we are not organized. We don't have a clear agenda. We just make noise on platforms here, but are we having a clear goal, a clear vision? Do we have a clear leadership that we can use if we go and knock on those doors? Shall we be heard? Shall we be supported? That is the question I'm leaving with everyone. And I encourage you young people who are here to...
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The House at large, good afternoon. I have two submissions on this critical motion in favor of the motion. One, it is until the government accept their faults, the past mistakes, and then they will handle this TJ issue. The government of Uganda has distanced themselves from the wars, from the atrocities that took place in Northern Uganda. And someone who have distanced himself from something, him or herself from something, will never be willing to handle such issue. Every day when President speaks in a public gathering in northern Uganda, President will be blaming Coin, President will be blaming the Acholi leaders. What of him as the president or the government themselves? Where was the gap? To me, I feel like the government is not willing to handle this issue effectively. Looking at what happened in 2012, when the PRDP fund was swindled by office of the Prime Minister, they played a game of arrest, charges, and are those people in prison? That still hit the heart of the people who were affected. And that still brings more pain, more wounds in the heart of the people who were affected. And these are the northern people. Who are the people handling the TJ? Are they the victims? No. You bring people from any other part of the country to address the wounds in a different part of the country. Will that work? Professor Gayala Tigolo says, Kopti Aduno. Our past leaders have been talking about reconciliation, has been talking about dialogue. It takes me back to the first motion. All the cattle were taken. They brought about the awarded claimants. How are they being paid? They're giving us kidogo kidogo. They're giving us small money. Someone has lost 400 herds of cattle. In a year, you're giving her 400,000 or 500,000. Can that buy a bull or a cow? I feel the government of Uganda is still increasing wound instead of healing the wound. Lastly, the government, the TJ issue has been mishandled in such a way that they are driving the donor's interest, not the victim's interest. Donors come with their own demand, and they focus on donors' interest. It is until the government accepts that they have done wrong, because without this government, Kony would have not gone to the bush. We need to make this very clear. They should accept that they also made a fall. And as a father, when your child has done something, you don't blame it on your child every day. As a father, Muzee should accept that his son has done a mistake, and he should accept to rectify the mistakes done by his son. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Albino. We shall have the last speaker due to time, and allow me to invite Honorable. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The 16th Guild President, East African Institute for Management Science. I come from Noya District, and I'm a proud Acholi. Ladies and gentlemen, we are tackling a very important topic that I really want to interest each and every one of us to not only listen to what people are saying, but dig down into getting the real facts or things that are happening, so that it helps us in moving forward in a more constructive manner. Acholi and the other tribes in northern Uganda are known for a much more organized traditional justice systems like Matoport, that I think has for so long been considered as one of the most actually one of the best mechanisms of dispute resolutions. Now, we also need to enter into seeing that the post-conflict dynamics, such as displacement and erosions of social structures. And actually, we're also seeing the fact that the administration systems of actually the traditional systems, the way cultures do their things in the traditional manners, are actually being eroded. And this makes me come into a point of saying that I think the government needs to fully equip the traditional leaders at their various levels to ensure that they have the capacities, not just only to be leaders or clan leaders by names, but have the capacities to act. It's a call to action by the government to ensure that they do not tell our traditional leaders on what to do, but rather the traditional leaders get to advise the government on what needs to be done. It's going to deliver us from the darkness we are in as people from northern Uganda. There is a policy that is pending. There is a policy that is pending in Parliament. That is the Uganda National Transitional Justice Policy. I actually implore the government to ensure that the paperwork is not only kept in the Parliament, but actually discussed and brought out to ensure that we do things in a much constructive manner. As I go to conclude, I think I also need to urge the government to ensure that we get into discussing the real problems, not other thinking of what the problems are. Let's get into the communities and understand what happened. There is need for a national truth-telling, so that this actually this generation gets to know that, because we are living in illusions that we are living in illusions that people from northern Uganda were actually killed by Kony. We are living in illusions that we had wars in northern Uganda that actually made us where we are now. But we need to get to the real facts, that we get to know the people who caused these problems, and they get openly to the community and apologize, so that this coming generation, the young people.
There is a point of information.
Yes.
Point of information granted.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to start by commending my comrade, His Excellency Miguel Bryan, for the facts that he has brought into this particular motion. Right Honorable Speaker, the transition justice policy was tabled by the Honorable Leandro Komakech in the 10th Parliament. Unfortunately, he was not re-elected as Member of Parliament. And again, the Honorable Reverend Father Onen tabled the same during the Northern Regional Parliament at Kaunda Ground. Right Honorable Speaker, what I think is most important is the government should provide funds, because this policy is already done and it's ready. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to inform this House that when we are speaking about the transition justice policy in Northern Uganda, it is specific only to the Acholi sub-region. Our country has a history of violence. To highlight, we have had the Balonyo massacre in Lango, which killed a number of people. We had the Ombachi massacre in West Nile, which killed a number of people. We had the Buchor massacre and Atiak massacre in Acholi sub-region. And also, we had the Mukura massacre in Teso. So this particular issue of reconciliation, truth-telling, and healing touches the real fabric of our society. and I want to agree with honorable members that this process should be expedited. The government should provide funds. To conclude, a team of elders from the Acholi sub-region, led by the Chief Justice and the Honorable Ambassador Olara Tunu, made a visit in West Nile to dialogue with their brothers on behalf of the two sub-regions on the atrocities that happened during the Amin's regime. This transition justice policy is an urgent, and the government should take it seriously so that we can have unity back among our communities. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable Otim. You may proceed.
All right, thank you, my good comrade, the Democrat gentleman, for that wonderful information given. As I move to conclude, and from the information that the honorable team has given, you get to realize.
Miguel, you have 1 minute to conclude.
All right, you get to realize that at some point we are being pushed to a point of accepting that this delay in passing this bill is intentional. Given the fact that if we are also to go back to the first motion we discussed, a lot of activities, a lot of things that should have been done in this sub-region are not being done intentionally, and it needs to be changed. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, honorable colleagues, there is an urgent need of a national truth-telling. We know the generals who commanded the war in northern Uganda. It is very important that these people come up and apologize to the people from this region when they are still alive, so that the next generation of this generation do not hold them at art, and we move forward to having a more constructive and peaceful nation. I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Brian. At this point, I now call upon the motion mover to come and say her prayers.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, once again for the chance to surface on this podium. My name is Flavia Piloya, and I'm here to conclusively say a prayer as regards the motion that I moved. Now, basing on the fact that the House and other honorable members were able to expound on, are in place to advise from an informed perspective on the issues that affect the people of northern Uganda, which can only be discussed elaborately by the people who were able to undergo this turmoil. I would also like to appeal the government to put in place sufficient truth-telling mechanisms that clearly explain the root causes and the onset of these atrocities. I want to believe that some of us, yes, were abducted, others underwent through this LRA insurgency, but we do not understand where this war began from. So by instituting these truth-telling mechanisms into place, we shall be able to know the etymology of these atrocities that were caused by Konya and his team. Moving forward, we should also allow marginalized groups, especially women, to take part in the proceedings that bring perpetrators to book, because there is no way you're going to heal a wound if you do not directly tackle the past that is coming out of it. Dear honorable members, before I conclude, we should also advocate for a more comprehensive and victim-centered approach that ultimately fosters healing and lasting peace in the region, because we, the victims of the LRA war, need to be put in places that discuss the issues that we went through. Not other people assuming that our limbs were cut off, and yet we, the people whose lips were cut, are not being put in places that allow us deliberate on these issues. Moving forward, we need a more equitable and accountable justice program that brings to book everyone without bending sides, because these inadequacies hinder genuine reconciliation processes, and therefore, as the young people, we thereby urge the government to prioritize the needs of the victims to address the gaps in the transitional justice process if we as a region are to realize a sustainable peace and long-lasting effects in northern Uganda. I submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable Flavia. The motion is closed. Can I hear those in favor say aye? I believe the motion is passed. Honorable members, at this juncture, I am sorry to inform you that due to time factors, we shall not be able to move the last motion. And at that, the discussions to these motions shall take place in another platform. But for now, our plenary sitting ends with this motion. However, I would love to invite the clerk to kindly read out the resolutions.
Good afternoon once again. The House has been so lively, and I'm going to read the resolutions in regards to the discussions that have been made within the House. Okay, I'm going to read the resolutions in regards to the motions that were discussed before the House. On motion number 1, that's a motion of the Gulu Youth Parliament urging the government to address continued Balalu crisis vis-a-vis land tenure rights and the identity of polity. These are the resolutions. Resolution number 1, illegal land titles and certificates of the Balalu should be cancelled by the government or the authorities responsible. Resolution number 2, the identity of the Balalu should be verified by the responsible parties or the government. Then conversion of customary land into different land tenure systems should be revised by the government. The resolution 4, the leaders of northern Uganda should advocate for land rights of the Acholi people in northern Uganda. Then resolution number 5, the government should compensate the Balalu and evict them from the region through compensation schemes that they find deemed fit for them. We shall move to motion 2. Motion for a resolution of the Youth Parliament urging government to address barriers that bar the youth from inclusive and democratic political participation. These are the resolution of motion 2. The government should expand youth representation at all levels. Resolution number 2, the government should remove or subsidize all nomination fees for the youth in the different electoral processes. Then resolution number 3, the government should avail and provide civic education to all the youth at grassroots levels. Resolution number 5, the government should provide a system that enables the disabled or the persons with disabilities, for example the deaf, and provide civic education to all persons with disabilities. Motion Motion 3, motion for a resolution of the Youth Parliament calling upon government to urgently address the gaps in Uganda's transitional justice process, which continues to hinder healing, community recovery, and sustainable peace in northern Uganda. These are the resolutions. 1, the government should revive the traditional justice system of Matofood so that the leaders are well equipped with the capacity to address the issues concerning national transitional justice. Then the other is the government should form justice programs for the transitional justice system to enable the people that are affected attain proper justice, and also allow all marginalized groups to take part in discussions of solutions that and solutions that affect these people in such discussions. So basically, we had the 3 motions, and those are the resolutions that the House came up with. Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, you can guide on that, on the amendments.
Yes, please. Honorable Speaker.
On motion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Motion 3, there is one resolution that the clerk left out. That is call for a national dialogue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The amendment I want to propose is in relation to motion number 1. That is Balalo issue and the land tenure system. And that resolution is conversion of customary land into a freehold. I want to request this parliament should not be part and party to change what our identity is. Customary land is identity of Acholi, and very many people are eyeing our land so that it is grabbed. Should this parliament make a mistake of appealing to government to convert it into a freehold, that would be a very good opportunity for the ill-gotten Ugandans who want to take the land of Acholi. I kindly request that this parliament delete that resolution of conversion of our customary land into a freehold. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I hope this is noted. Brenda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and the Honorable House. I was the mover of that resolution, and I would like to state that my honorable member misunderstood this. The resolution was to amend the Land Act, that is Section 9 of the Land Act, to remove the conversion of the customary land tenure into freehold, okay? It should be removed from customary to freehold. I'm not stating that it should actually be the way you stated. I am advocating for the amendment because the people are not understanding the procedures. So it should actually be swapped off.
Thank you so much, Honorable Brenda.
So I agree with the clerk, with what he wrote. It's what I stated, not what our honorable member has understood. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, let me repeat that same statement the way I wrote it out. The government, it says like this: conversion of customary land into different land tenure systems should be revised.
Honorable.
Should be removed.
Point of information.
Honorable. Clerk, please take note of that.
Amendments. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Madam Speaker, amendments.
Thank you very much. I'm talking pertaining the first issue we spoke about, that is the issue of Balalo. I urge the House that we remove, that this Parliament resolve that the Balalo should be compensated. One ground is the kind of agreements they came in, to me, wasn't binding because of what I made mention before, that is Illiteracy Protection Act. Then secondly, there's what is called ex gratia. I think senior councils who are here can agree with me, where the government takes the responsibility to compensate such people, not the local people themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Clerk. Please take note. Clerk, I hope you've taken notes. Yes, Honorable Sarah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On the point for compensation, I stated that, okay, let me start with the amendment that I would like to be included. Firstly, I would like the clerk to include the fact that people agree that the Balalo must go, thus emphasizing the presidential executive orders into a legal framework such that it can be effective. We have seen that it has been stated it has not been legalized. So we want them to go, but it has to be legalized. Secondly, one of the reasons why the Balalo are emphasizing to stay is because they said they have lost money while buying this land. So legally, they have to be compensated, such that we don't have them staying back with that reason that we have lost our land and money. And then on the issue of compensation as well, I would like us to come up with a framework that can compensate also we northerners who could have lost our crops due to encroachment by the animals of those Balalos. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sarah. Lastly, Honorable Oliver.
Thank you, the House at large. I would like the clerk to add on something small. We talked about the government should persuade the political seniors not to deny the youth their constitutional right to decide on their own. I think we have been so much emphasizing on that, and I didn't hear it on what he has written down. Thank you.
Honorable Clerk, please take note. Finally, Tumusabe.
Mine is just brief on two resolutions that are actually included in my prayer. One is repealing restrictive laws that actually bar youth from participating. Then another one we had providing campaign financing options for the first-time youth candidates. It was also left behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Tumusabe. Honorable members of Parliament, with this, I now pose a question. Honorable members of Parliament, are these the voices that we discussed in different motions? Honorable members of Parliament, are these the voices that we discussed in different motions? Thank you so much, honorable members. As we come to the close of the sitting, allow me to thank you all for your discipline, energy, and valuable contribution. This Parliament stands for action. This Parliament stands for action, inclusion, and continuity beyond this room. Let us take our deliberations into our communities and continue building a Uganda where we desire. Before we proceed
before we adjourn the room, allow me to invite yes to Musabe.
Okay, thank you so much. Mine is just simple. It is a recommendation due to dissatisfaction, whereby the time given for motion debates was kind of limited, because we are here to satisfactorily debate these matters to convince that this House will always bring out what is expected and even beyond what the National Parliament does. So when we are limited in debate, we find it very hard, because some were moved even before people were satisfied. So next time, let us buy more time for the what? For these debates than any other thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Musabe. In response to that, I think I will blame us because we failed to keep time in the first place. Had it been that we had kept time, none of this would have happened. Thank you. I now call upon the organizer to come and give us our remarks.
Through you, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Protocol observed, I greet you all once again. Before I can give my closing remark, I would love to call the Youth Sounding Board member to take you through this next session. Kindly bear with us, only 5 minutes. Over to you, Moses.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and the House at large for this opportunity. My name is Komakech Moses. A member of the EU Youth Sounding Board, and I am the thematic lead on sustainable development and inclusive growth in the executive committee of the board. I've stood up just for a very small exercise. That is the youth consultation questionnaire that has been shared. But before I go on to that, maybe just to give a bit of background about the Youth Sounding Board. I know many have been seeing it maybe online or on social medias and have been asking what is the Youth Sounding Board.